Hi, I'm Mia, a voiceover and marketing student from Whalers Creation. Hey, we have a great show streaming on all social media networks called FamVersations. It's a talk for teens and young adults. We meet with local professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. They share their success stories, challenges, and greatest achievements. Turn us on every Friday at 3 p.m. Foster, adopt, mentor.
Hi, thank you for joining FamVersations, the talk show for teens and young adults. We are joined every week with local and national professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. We will listen to their success stories and their challenges. Please sit back and enjoy FamVersations. Hi, joining me today is Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner of All Shades of Beauty Supply. Join me. We're going to talk to her right now. She was raised by a grandmother and raised out of the foster care system at the age of 18. This amazing woman grew up in underprivileged communities and attended underserved schools. But her grandmother believed in giving her the very best of everything that she could. She graduated high school, went to school, and got her bachelor's of science, her bachelor's of science in accounting, and then pursued and got a medical assistance degree and ended up managing a medical office. She later opened and started her very own program for kids, and it's called No Children Left Hungry. In addition to starting the nonprofit, she also has opened up a beauty salon, All Shades of Beauty, right here at 5006 South Maryland Parkway. You got to come and check her out. Joining me today is Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner of All Shades of Beauty Supply. Join me. We're going to talk to her right now. So join me as we meet Janiqua Whittington.
You got it, you got it.
This fearless entrepreneur is an amazing person, and I can't wait till you guys get to know a lot about her. So we're going to start out by asking, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I am 41, actually 42, my bad. I am a mother and a wife. I come from Los Angeles, born and raised. I've been here in Las Vegas for the 15 years. So Vegas is now my home. My children went to school here and graduated from Del Sol High School. So I am a mother who struggled just like every other mother. I'm a person who went through, like you said, I was raised up in foster care. So my granny raised us majority of her life. Up until my mother passing, and then we went to an aunt who raised us as well. I did get pregnant early on, as most teens does, so I did go to a group home called St. Anne's for teenage pregnant girls, which is where I finished my schooling for high school and where I had my son, and also where I graduated once I turned 18. So I had him 2 weeks before my 18th birthday. I had already finished all my classes, so they allowed me to be emancipated after I had my son. So from there, I went to work for Great Western Bank, where I received my banking certificate while at St. Anne's, pregnant. I was able to take some banking courses, so that allowed me to get my foot in the door of banking. So I worked there for Great Western, then came to Washington Mutual about 3.5, 4 years. And that's where I decided to go into school for accounting. Seeing just a lot of people not being educated on money and finance, and you have people investing in or putting all their money in savings accounts that draw no interest or 1% interest, and it was enough to be put into a money market or a CD to draw 3 or 5% interest. So I just seen that there was a need of education in our community, so it made me go to school.
So when you went to school, did you go to school with the purpose of educating others about banking versus just a career in?
Correct. So my ultimate dream was to go to school and get the education so that I can come back and educate minorities and people like me on financial literacy.
Wow.
So that is another goal of mine for my nonprofit that I started here during the pandemic on May 20 of 2019, when the pandemic hit. I just seen a lot of people struggling once again, and it just made me sad. I was a member of a church because I had just lost my granny, and my granny raised us up in church. So once she passed, I kind of went into a little depression, I could kind of say. But all I can hear always say is, wear your Bible, go get your Bible, go pray, go read. Because whenever I was in trouble or down, I'd call her. That's what she would tell me. Excellent. Let's read, let's pray, wear your Bible. So now that she's gone, I still hear those same words. So it got me to go back to church. And then the pandemic hit, and then church doors were closed. So once the doors had closed, people were still hungry, not knowing, losing their jobs. Not everybody got the unemployment money as quickly as some others did. So people were struggling everywhere. And
so now you're talking about your new nonprofit.
Now I'm talking about.
But before you get there, I want to ask you, what brought you to Las Vegas? Because I think you moved to Las Vegas in 2007.
I did.
What made you come to Vegas?
In my family, boys go to jail or is dead by the time they're 10.
What?
Yeah. So just in my family and just in the neighborhood that I grew up in, the average age was 10. So my son turned 10 January 24th of 07. March of 07, I was gone. So once I had talked to my dad and brothers and uncles, and they all was like, well, they start gang banging or doing things at 10. So 10 was the number to me. So 10 was the time where I showed my son a different life than what he was already accustomed to, so he can know that there's something better.
Nice.
So at the time, I was actually a manager at Walmart. And I had already been working with Walmart for like 5-6 years as a manager. So really Vegas was really a fluke. I just was on their site looking at open positions. There was an open position for a manager here in Vegas. I'm in California, never thought that they would call me. So I was like, I'll apply. Left it, didn't think twice about it. But the manager called me 2 weeks later.
Wow.
And I said, well, I have to talk to my husband. I didn't even tell him I applied. I didn't think you guys were going to call me out of all the choices. He was like, well, you're the only one I picked. So when you come in, can you get here in 2 weeks?
Wow.
So I said, okay, well, I have to see if I can get out my apartment and get out of my lease. And sure enough, everybody let me out within the 2 weeks. So 2 weeks later, we're here.
So that was all kinds of things working simultaneously together because you wanted to get your son out of South Central LA.
Yes, South Central LA.
You wanted to get a new start. And so all of this happened like around the same time.
All of it just fell into place. Yeah.
So tell me about some of your biggest challenges.
Some of my biggest challenges in life or just now?
So more on the professional side, like some of your biggest challenges you've had as a professional.
So my biggest challenges as a professional is time. I'm a person that juggles 50 million things at once, so I really never have time. So time is very important to me now, um, because I noticed that also took away from me being home too. So from what I've learned from this pandemic is time is very important, but it's important that we spend the time with our children and family. So, and I think that's where we're lacking right now in the world. And I may think, and I say that because they made it impossible for parents to be a working parent and a parent at home. You consume most of your day and time away from home. By the time you get home, it's night or you're drained to be able to do what you need to really do for your children. So time, I think I give credit to my husband who decided, we talked, had a discussion. I work a lot, but I also make enough to take care of us. But it was important that one of us be home with our children.
Nice.
So he made that sacrifice to be home and take care of our children.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So now in my career that I find the hardest for me is for my nonprofit is having people to believe that I'm capable of doing what I'm doing on a continuous basis to buy into what I'm doing to help me grow.
Perfect. So that's a great segue into let's talk about your nonprofit. So you started to say that the church had a influence in you getting to where you are today. So tell me about why you started the nonprofit, why you thought that was important, and some of the things that you guys have accomplished.
So I started the nonprofit, like I said, because during the pandemic, people were struggling and didn't know how to feed or make ends meet. Me being a child that comes from the system, you learn how to survive and you learn how to eat and make ends meet. So it was nothing new for me. So it bothered me, and my church has started calling to check up on families, make sure you didn't need anything, and help you if they could or whatnot. But it bothered me that the church's doors were closed, and this was the time, in my opinion, you can save us sinners you guys talk about like me. So if you guys want us to go to church and believe in what you guys are preaching, this is the time you show up and do his work. And
That's right.
I kept asking them and not getting a response. I just said, well, Lord, what is it that you want from me? What is it that I can do? So that night, after I prayed that prayer, he woke me up. And I had this nonprofit on my head. I had the name. I knew what our mission was going to be. He was like, it's going to be No Child Left Hungry. That was kind of taken, so I kind of changed it to No Children Left Hungry. You know, he was like, you're going to feed them.
A tongue twister.
Yeah. You know, he was like, you're going to feed them. You're going to get clothes. So he was like, go feed 25 families. So I did that. At this time, I was unemployed too. In the midst of that pandemic, I got unemployed as well. But I was one of the lucky ones. By the third time I was applying or doing my submission, I had already got everything.
Good.
So within 2 weeks, I had all this money that I was able to pay my rent up, buy a truck for the nonprofit so I could do the deliveries, and put money to the side. And so I did. So I ended up buying a deep freezer and adding an extra deep freezer in my home that was just for the nonprofit. I had a storage unit that was like a 5x6 room. So I bought storage racks and put in there and put food and pantry food in there.
You started a food pantry.
So I started a food pantry. And then my neighbor, he had found out what I was doing. So he ended up giving me his pantry, his storage unit, and I converted into a for clothing and jackets.
Oh.
So then I just start buying whatever, Lord, he would say, go to Walmart. I'd be like, why am I in Walmart? And sure enough, there'd be a rack of clothes or shoes on there for $1, $5. So I would just clean off the rack. I would just, I say, well, I have $150. So I would just go buy $150 worth of shoes, clothes. And that's what I did. I was on food stamps. I didn't need food. So I spent the food stamps on the pantry.
Wow.
I just made sure I provided for my house, and the rest I just gave away. Um, and I did that, and that's how I did it. And then so after we passed the food out on Mother's Day, that was May 28th, our first day, me and my daughter. So we sat out in front of Twain and Cambridge at the 7-Eleven. And we sat in the parking lot and just gave out 25 meals. So it was whole chicken, vegetables, rice, beans. And we just sat in our car and gave it out until it was all gone. And then after that, the people were so grateful and happy. They kept asking me what church I was from. And I was like, it's not from a church. It's,
me. It's my heart.
But then I went home and I was like, that's good that they thought it was from a church. And that they either seen it in me, or I said, well, because I always ask them, I want to walk the walk and talk the talk.
Right.
I don't just want to talk the talk.
Right.
So I asked him to allow me to be able to reflect that. So once I got home, I realized they seen what it is that he had put into me. And that's why they kept thinking or asking me, was I from a church and what church? Which I did tell them my church name.
Like, have you heard that song by Mary, Mary, the God in Me?
Yes.
So that's what that sounds like. That
song.
Yeah, like what you see is the God in me.
Yes.
Nice.
So, and I just went home, and so I had asked him, well, what do you want me to do from here? And that's when I woke up and had this whole vision. So I opened my phone and I just start researching about nonprofit, what I had to do, about the politics of the children, where our low income areas were, what is our poverty rate, how is our education system, where we stand in it. And I just started doing a gang of research, and then so I had to put in a business plan. So I wrote out a business plan. So because he didn't let me off my church. So he kept having me keep calling my church. He was like, they're going to help you. And eventually they did open their doors. I actually had to go down there and talk with the pantry people, but they did eventually open their doors, and they did actually help me. That's how I ended up getting connected with Culinary Academy, is through my church. But that's my biggest thing. It's just people hear me and they love when I talk, but they say, well, how can only I do it? You can't do all that you're doing just with yourself. And I say, yeah, I don't. Everything I do is by the grace of God. I take no credit. I'm just a servant. He tells me what to do, and I just go and I follow. I say, but there's nothing that he gave me so far that I haven't been able to accomplish.
I love that.
So
tell me a little bit about, so you talked about your beginnings, your humble beginnings of where you've come and how you started the nonprofit and the wonderful work that you're doing here in Vegas. So tell me a little bit about some of your successes. Give me some of your success stories.
So we feed on an average about anywhere from, and I'm fed as little as 3 families a week to 30 families a week. But I average on that basis anywhere from about 10 to 20 deliveries.
And what are your goals?
Every 2 weeks. My goals?
Mm-hmm.
So
with this program?
With this program, my ultimate goal is to have a building where I can teach financial literacy.
Nice.
Where I can give out clothing and food to the families. Mm-hmm. I believe in order to help the children, you got to be willing to help the whole family. Because unfortunately, mama problems is the child's problems too, because we carry it when we go to school. If you are a child that lives in the system, or a child that lives in poverty, you're used to bills getting shut off. You're used to coming home and not having food in the refrigerator. You usually have littler ones, so you have to go without to make sure your brothers and sisters have enough because you can be hungry, but they don't know the
That's right.
difference.
That's right.
So all of those things are on our minds just as well as they are on our parents. So we worry, am I going to come home and have an eviction notice? Are we going to be able to get in the house? Am I going to come home and do we have the lights on so that I can cook us some noodles or whatnot?
Wow.
So you think about those things. So as a kid, people think that we don't see it, but we see it and we carry that too. So I believe in order to help the child, you have to be able to help the whole family. So that's why I give food that is catered to kids that they like, just in case the parent is not. The kid could be able to make their own hot dog. They'd be able to make them a bowl of cereal or a cup of noodles or open some can of beans. They'll be able to do that versus pack of chicken, but I do give a pack of chicken, but that's for the whole family. So I believe you have to help them all. So I would like to be able to find businesses and apartment buildings that I can partner up with that can give people second and opportunities for jobs, for housing. I would like to be able to start with the kids because I think if I can get to the kids, they'll go home and they'll talk about what I'm doing or teaching them, and then the parents will follow.
Nice.
And then
I like
when they
that.
come, they'll be open to hear what I got to say. And versus me trying to convince them what I got to say. I want you to want to hear what I got to say
Yeah.
because now you'll listen. So if I get to the kids, they'll go home excited with what the information they learned. And
Now,
with
I thought I heard that you're partnering with a couple of schools or.
So I do. I work with a couple of schools. Well, I have worked with a couple of schools. Canyon Junior High. Um, um, oh
I'm going
goodness.
to cut you off guard. So no
And there's
worries, no
another.
worries.
It's on the north side. And I'm sorry, Miss Jen, because it is your school.
You can't remember the name of it. It's okay. It's all good.
But yes, there is a couple. So I like to work with and partner up with Title I schools because they're in underprivileged, low income areas. And that way I'll be able to make sure I'm catering to the community that is in the need of the help versus just to people in general.
Okay.
Not saying everyone don't need the help. It's just that right now those are the kids that I'm kind of focused on.
So tell me, how can the community help you with the No Children Left Hungry mission? What can we do to help your mission?
So I am always looking for donations for food, clothing. I'm looking for other nonprofit organizations who have the same mission or like my mission of mine, that's working with kids that can help me grow, get known and out there recognized. But I'm also needing help with getting my 501c3 through the IRS. I have it through the state of Nevada, but I do not have it with the IRS. So from what I was told is it would be easier if I could connect and work with another nonprofit organization that has already
We got you,
established.
girl.
So that's been my really biggest hiccup. I do the finances by the grace of God, so but that will allow me to be able to hopefully do more and get that building. Someone want to donate a building?
Now, see, you just put it in the universe.
I
You
did.
just put it in the universe. So I was no telling what can happen from just that statement.
But no, my real dream is to teach kids financial literacy.
I love
I
that.
think that is something that's very vital and needed. And I mean,
How,
all children.
how are you with the stock markets? Do you know anything about investing in
I
stocks?
do. I do know about vesting in stocks. I know a little bit. I am learning about crypto, but I think that is a new way. But yes, I love stocks. Like I tell everybody with stocks, you look for things that are in trend right now. So natural oil, natural gas, unfortunately
But she's
cannabis.
not giving any stock advice. She's
No,
just
I am
saying.
not. But you want to look at things that were what's going on in the
Right. I
world.
heard you loud and clear. I heard you loud and clear. These are her opinions and her thoughts on what you might want to consider, but she's not
But do
giving
your
anybody.
research. Do not just go off of me or anyone else who says they are knowledgeable about stocks. You have to do your research. That is the really, really bottom line. Is do your research and be in there for the long haul.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick short break because I want to talk about the other side of you. So I'm super excited. When we return, we're going to come back with Janiqua talking about her business.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe, with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show, and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together, and let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations. You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
So we're back with Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner. We already heard her entrepreneur side, her philanthropy side when she's starting her nonprofit. So we've learned a little bit about her passion, what she's doing, what she's giving back to the community, what she's feeding kids. Now, there's another side of this young lady that I'm super impressed with. She is an entrepreneur, business side, savvy, smart, and she just started on 5006 South Maryland Parkway, a beauty salon, a beauty supply store that's called All Shades of Beauty Supplies. So we want to give her lots of love, supporting her in every way that we can. And let's find out, like, how did you come up with this amazing idea and how's it going?
So they go hand in hand. I didn't want to go back to work. And so I told the Lord, if you want me to continue with what you have me started, what idea do I have written in my book that can generate enough money to take care of me and my family as well as the nonprofit? So
does that mean that you journal every day?
No, not every day. But if I have an idea that I think or I really like, yes, I do. I write it down and I put the idea concept down. And believe it or not, this one I actually wrote down. I didn't have the name, but I did have it drawn out. So, and I just knew that it was going to be a natural beauty supply store because 3 years ago I went natural.
I didn't know that. So that's what your business is.
So
natural.
I am catering to natural beauty. So when I did my research to open, Nevada is the second largest state in interracial families and interracial marriage. Number one is Honolulu. But
what?
Las Nevada is the second largest state in interracial families and marriages.
I did not know that.
So being that, and I seen it in the medical field, You get a lot of different families, and we're kind of right there too. And by the so you do see it here, a lot of NRA. So that's the reason I went natural. Noticing in the medical field when I was there, a lot of family or mothers will ask me about their children's hair type or their children's hair. Or when we do our hair, then they ask us questions about it and ask us if we do, other children's hair. And I have had the chance to do a couple of other patients' nationality kids' hair. So I know that the need was here. So my thing was, so I had asked them what idea, and once again, I'm always praying. So I go to sleep and I'm in my dream, keep circling to this beauty supply store. So I said, okay. So when I woke up, I opened my phone and I went to Facebook, and there was a Black lady on there promoting how to open up a beauty supply store with $5,000 to $10,000. And I was like, here we go again. All right, I'm gonna roll with it. So I clicked on it, got her information. She was charging $29.99 for the blueprint. She said it was just a little clipping, but I paid for that and I followed it to a T.
And here you are.
And here I am.
So tell me about your products, because you have a hairline as well as hair products. So tell me a little bit, and even fashion.
So I do carry Coach and Dooney purses. They are the real thing, authentic. Okay. I order them directly from Dooney and Coach themselves online. So, and then I have human wigs. So I either have their full human, 100% virgin human hair. And I have them anywhere from 6 inches to 30 inches.
Oh my.
I do also carry synthetic mix hair as well, and I carry that the same way. It goes anywhere from the short hairdos like bobs all the way down to 30 inches. Right now I have 26-inch wigs, curly and straight. And the hair is really good to be a synthetic. It's a high fiber synthetic mix to where it almost feels human-like. And they are lace fronts as well. And then I have like black castor oils. I have shea butter. I have coconut oil.
I use black castor oil.
Yeah, and I have vegan hair oils. I have Alake, Miel, Aunt Jackie's, Shea Moisture, Cream of Nature. And so I try to find a lot of even our old school products.
Like the hair breeze.
Are coming out.
Like taking it really old school.
Yes, I have the crown. The crown royal.
I see it.
So yeah, but
take me back to my little girl days.
Yeah, but a lot of those products actually work on our hair really well. And they're better than some of the newer products, because a lot of the newer products have alcohol in it, which alcohol is something that
dries your hair out.
Dry and break our hair out. And then not only that, being here in Nevada, the humidity is so harsh and so dry, you need the extra oils and shea butters and coconut oils. Not only just for your hair, but for your skin too.
Yeah, I was just telling you about my family is one of those blended racial families. And I have a son whose hair is always drying out because of the weather here.
Yes.
And so I was asking you earlier about what good moisturizers we can use. So you gave me a lot of good tips. I'm looking forward to getting some things. Yep. So this is my new beauty supply store.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
How did you pick this location?
So I lived in this area for the last maybe 10, 12 years. And it is a low-income, underprivileged community. But my kids went to Del Sol, so this is that general community and area. So I can't be at 2 places at one time. So when I decided to open up the beauty supply store, I said, well, how are you going to continue to do your nonprofit and run a business? That's not going to be possible. So
She's a bad mama jamma.
so I pray again, and I ask her, how am I gonna do all of that? Because everyone's saying, Shay, you can't do all that. I'm like, I know, but I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna
Look,
figure
Steve
it
Harvey
out.
got 10 jobs.
So
He looks like he's doing pretty okay.
that is correct.
It's okay to have more than one job. If your
Yeah.
hustle is strong and you got that strong work ethics,
Absolutely.
it's perfectly okay to have that multiple job stream coming in, because it's whatever it takes to make you the success that you want to
that
be,
you want.
and on whatever level you define as success.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have to put whatever you do. You have to put the work in.
That's right.
And that means no sleep, but it gets greater.
Little, because you gotta sleep.
Yeah,
Do not think that you can do this and
No,
not
you gotta
sleep.
listen to your body. When your body tells you to lay it down.
Absolutely.
But it is real. It's a constant work. So I always tell people, when you go into business for yourself, just like you would have woke up that morning and be like, oh, I don't want to go to work. But you'd be like, oh, I need that paycheck. Work. Your business is that
Absolutely.
same way. So you have to
Absolutely.
have that same mindset. So I tell myself, if you don't get up, who's going to pay you? Because you don't got no check coming. So, so I got to get up. So I couldn't do both at the same time. So I said, well, how can I kill two birds with one stone? I served underprivileged communities with food and clothing. So I said, why not open in an underprivileged community? That way, all of my events that I do, or if I give away food, if I do anything, it can be given from my store, and I can still serve the communities that I'm
It's a great
designed to
marketing
be able
concept.
to serve. So that's what I do. So since opening, our first year we have a called a Angel Christmas Tree Toy Drive. So I have one every year. I did do one the first year.
Okay.
And then the first year we gave out like 75 to 80 toys to children. And what I do is every child that I feed all year long is guaranteed a toy. So only way this is the one event I don't go delivering for. They do have to come and pick up.
Very good.
But for food and clothing, I will deliver it. But for that event, they have to pick up. Because whatever is not taken, I then give out to the community, to the kids who's in the community.
Okay.
So in that way, I can serve the community is in need. I can make sure I take care of the kids that I've been taking care of all year that was in need. And I get to be able to do everything. I don't have to tell anyone no. I hate saying no.
And here's another way that you can support. So for her Christmas drive that she has every year, we're at 5006 South Maryland Parkway. So if you want to donate a toy, make it an unwrapped brand new toy.
Yes.
Don't bring no used toy to give away
Yes.
to a child. Make sure it's a new toy and it's unwrapped so that they can inspect the gift that the kids are receiving.
Correct. Yep, because I don't wrap them for them neither. I let them see, and they get to pick. So I do. So that's something I did last year, and it's in the year before. So we did that December 18th is usually when we do it. I give out food and clothing twice a month. So all you have to do is call.
And what number should they call?
702-470-3247.
And do that again. Because as soon as you say what number you call, you say that number, people are like, oh
Trying
my
to get a
God.
pen.
I don't have a pen, wait a minute.
So
Repeat that number
you
again.
can call Monday through Friday between 8 and 5 at 702-470-3247.
Okay.
Okay.
We take donations year
Yes,
round.
all year long.
You don't
Yes,
have to
we
wait
do.
to Christmas
No.
because she's supporting and helping young people with children every single month. So there's always a need to give and support the work that she's doing. So listen, I've had a wonderful time talking to you today.
Thank you. I had a wonderful time, and I thank you for
Yeah,
having me.
absolutely. I'm looking forward to getting my hair products from you.
Yes, yes.
And continuing to get to know you a lot more and
Okay.
supporting the work that you're doing. I love what you're doing.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to that too. That's been, like I say, that's all I've been asking for is for him to bring me the right people with the like mind and to be able to help me grow and open doors that I haven't been able to open for myself.
Precisely.
So I am excited, and I look forward to the new opportunity and the partnership.
Hi, I'm
Ever.
Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers.
Absolutely.
This has been FamVersations, where we sit and talk to local professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. We have been honored to meet with Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner of All Shades of Beauty Supply and the founder of No Children Left Hungry. I told you it was a tongue twister.
It is a tongue twister. But yeah, they're welcome to also go on my website if they want to know more about me. You go on www.nochildrenlefthungry.org, and you also able to donate through that website if you like. We also keep it updated with our events and upcoming events. And you can also follow me on Facebook and Instagram at nochildrenlefthungry.org or All Shades of Beauty Supply. And I post on there all the time too, all the events and different
Love
things that we're
it.
going to be doing or doing at the store.
Love it.
So,
Thank you, Conversation Nation.
thank you.
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe, with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show, and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together, and let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations.
Hi, I'm Latoria, and this is Conversations, a talk show for teens and young adults. We meet area professionals and professionals from all over the United States talking about their careers, how they became successful, their challenges, their pitfalls, and some things that they like to brag about. Today, I'm super excited because I get to introduce to you a young lady who I admire and adore because she has a wealth of information that she's going to share about her career and some of the things that she experienced as a young person growing up and how she chose her career path. So, without further ado, I'm super excited to introduce to you guys whom I like to call Zoe, and she's identified as Zoe Rita.
Zarita or Zarida
Or
Ali.
Zarida or Z.
Or Z Ali.
Zoe, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
And how are you?
I'm pretty good, thanks.
Fantastic. I'm so interested in having people to learn a little bit about who you are as a profession. And before we get started with exactly how you chose your career and the career path that you took, tell me a little bit about your beginning years.
Well, first of all, I was born in Trinidad. It's a tiny island in the Caribbean. 7 miles from Venezuela as a landmark, because a lot of people don't know where Trinidad and Tobago is, don't know where Jamaica is. So I was born there, and then relocated to Alberta, Canada, and I met my husband. We had a family, and the rest is history. No, no, I had 2 kids. But when I was on the island, I wanted more. I wanted to travel, and my cousin had relocated to England. She wanted to be a nurse, and I thought, hey, that sounds exciting. I want to be a nurse as well. So I wrote the hospital, and they said, young lady, write us back when you're 18.
Oh my goodness.
But if I have to tell my younger self as well, I think I made the right decision. I wasn't really meant to be a nurse. So it's okay to try whatever career, whatever you may, it's like kicking the bucket in a way to see which profession you like. Because I can't look at blood. I am a bit squeamish. So
that would be me.
So it's okay, I would tell anybody as well. If you start whatever career, it's okay to change.
Absolutely.
Because nothing is set in stone, and we're changing on a daily basis. Like they say, change is constant, right?
So you're from the Caribbean, and then you graduated from the Caribbean as well?
I went to school. My parents sent me to one of the private secretarial schools there, USA Secretarial College. And then I relocated to Alberta, where my uncle then got transferred to the Canadian Arctic with Canadian National Telecommunication. So I moved there with him. So I lived close to the North Pole, on par with Alaska on the US side. Nice. And then relocated down to Calgary, and I worked for an advertising company. It was the most fun job I've ever had. So I worked in advertising. I assisted as an admin, first of all, and then the company got the Alberta government's account. And then they transferred me to a new office that they opened in Edmonton, Alberta, and I moved there, and that's when I was a full-time print media buyer for the Alberta government account, which I maintained for 10 years successfully. I went to school at Grant McEwen College there, where I did advertising and PR. I did take credit courses as well in sociology and psychology, and then I realized this is not for me. I have my son. So you can see the evolution. It's changing constantly, but always constantly upgrading and learning something new, while actually performing, at a very senior level, where I maintained the Alberta government account for 10 years. I had my son, I went to school, full-time mother, housewife, employee. And then my husband had graduated from university there in education. Went to school for 4 years, couldn't get a job. So you can go to school for all these years as well, and he really wanted to be a teacher. His name was very ethnic, like Larry King. Larry King was told, the talk show host, his name was very ethnic. So at the end, before he went on, first broadcast, they changed his name to Larry King.
What was it before?
I don't know. They just said it was a Jewish name. So they said, your name sounds too ethnic. So we had sent out 100 resumes plus for my husband to get a teaching job. That's what he went to university for. He invested 4 or 5 years of his life. He paid his tuition, went to school, couldn't get a job. So we changed his name, his first name, to an English name, hoping that would help. Still no employment, but he got a job at a steel company as a laborer, working shift work. So he went to school and wasn't able to get a job in his profession. And then he got transferred to Calgary. And so I quit my job in Edmonton. And after I left, handling that Alberta government's account for 10 years, they lost the account.
Oh,
so it's developing relationship. Companies, people are not dealing with the company per se, they're dealing with
the person. And that's a very key point too, because we're always trying to teach young people about relationships and how you perform and how you behave and what you say in the workplace, because you can develop those relationships. You can either open those doors for yourself, or you can have those doors closed because of the relationships that you develop,
developing that relationship,
and the personalities that you bring to the community.
Exactly. So even though you may go to school and graduate with, bachelor's, master's, PhDs, or whatever, I'm not saying it's a dime a dozen, but the universities it's a business as well. And students are graduating every year, and there are not enough jobs. But the kids are going to school for because they have been conditioned as to what success is, you know. And I would highly recommend to the young kids to listen to Robert Kiyosaki, listen to Les Brown, listen to
Les Brown. I love him.
and these are authentic people who've been there, done that. Some of them are sharing their knowledge from their practical experience and not being stingy with it. They're multimillionaires, but they're sharing how they, you know, got where they got. And again, like Oprah Winfrey had said, do what you have to do until you can do what you want to do, meaning we do have to pay our rents and our mortgages and whatnot. We do have to pay the bills. So if you have to get a job at McDonald's, take the job, but go over and beyond and learn as much as you can, because you can learn from that to have management skills and training and development of a staff and customer relation and repeat customers and referrals and whatnot. So it doesn't matter what company you join or what job you do, you go, I would recommend to anyone at all to go the extra mile.
And that, reminds me of, that working your passion, that it's okay to have something that you love to do, because when you're doing what you love to do, it's not really work.
Exactly.
It's that you get paid to
You're
do
getting
what you
paid
love to do anyway.
Exactly. True.
And so talk about that a little bit.
Well, when I moved back to Calgary, I joined an engineering. I took time off and had my daughter. She was 2 years old, and then I went back. I tested the market. I said, I'll just test the market and see what's happening out there, and joined an engineering company. And then I worked with them for 7 years. I staffed projects in Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Venezuela. So these folks traveled 100%. So these are engineering projects, refinery, oil and gas. I had to interview and screen each of the individuals. Sometimes you have to prepare the individuals as well for interviews. If by the time I selected the last 3 candidates after I've screened them, I know one of them is going to be getting the job, because I've prepared them and I've highlighted what their accomplishments are. And for anyone, whether they're younger people looking for a job, when you go for an interview, when we go to a nightclub, we dress differently. Even if we're going in to work at Denny's restaurant or wherever, any place at all, you dress accordingly for the occasion. And when you think it's not being noticed, your presentation skills, your body language, you don't want to slouch. You want to appear confident and friendly. The smile is welcome in as well. So no matter what job you do, people are hiring people they like. Remember, certificates and degrees and everything, it's a dime a dozen. You post one position, you get 100 people applying for the same position. And that's another thing I'd like to mention to anyone looking for employment. Don't send out one resume and sit and wait for a response. Remember, it's like throwing mud balls and hoping one would stick. Because again, you are one of thousands of other people looking at the same position. The computer system does the screen search based on the buzzwords as well. And when I worked at the engineering company, that's how I got into human resources. And then under the umbrella of human resources, you have a director of human resources or office manager or corporate recruiter, benefits, payroll, and all these things. So I've worked in most of those capacities, where I did manage a staffing company in Raleigh, North Carolina, and Atlanta, Georgia. Then I joined IBM as well, and I recruited with different companies. I was like at different levels, different director, office manager, but of all the positions, I preferred corporate recruitment. So there I was dealing specifically with difficult to fill skill sets at the higher level, and these folks, while at IBM, were required to travel 100%. So they were called principals. So there are challenges, but we mentioned about if you're doing something that you're passionate about, it's not work.
It's not work.
It's not work.
And were they usually IT persons that had that 100% travel requirement?
Well, no, these principals are at the top. They're most like the business development, where they're generating in the millions for the company, and with the engineering companies as well. There are different skill sets. Yes, IT. There are different positions within IT, where people, the ones that sit behind the desk or behind the scene, the programmers. We had. Larger companies are totally different from the smaller companies. So for different skill sets, you'll have different folks recruiting for those and that's on the recruiting side. But remember, under the umbrella of human resources, you've got payroll, you've got benefits, you've got orientation. When a new person's coming in to a company, even if it's a small company or a larger company, usually there's an orientation or something called onboarding. Large companies would fly you to Chicago. With IBM, I was flown to Chicago, and what they did was a group orientation for people in the southeast region, of that part of the country. So every company is different. With the younger folks, if this is geared towards them as well, I would say test the water. Try any job at all. The most important thing is not sometimes what you know, it's who you know.
Oh, goodness,
So-
that's a great statement. You can say that again. Because honestly, just knowing the right people can get you your foot in the door. But once you get your foot in the door, then you have to, be able to, perform.
Exactly.
So yeah, you can. It's who you know. It's a lot about who you know.
Yep. And even if never say it's not in my job description. We've had employees who would say, I'm sorry, it's not in my job description. You're asking me to do something that's less than. I'm trained as an instrumentation engineer. I'm trained as an electrical engineer, and you're asking me to do whatever.
But when it says "and other,"
So those soft skills, going the extra mile as a new grad. If you're a new grad or you just want to take time off work for a bit and try something, be a sponge. Absorb as much as you can. My daughter was going to school to be a lawyer. She always wanted to be a litigation lawyer. And then after a while, she said, Mom, I'm going to take some time off. And I knew when you take time off, it's difficult to get back in. But anyway, she took time off, and then she started working in hospitality and ended up she was working, her last job was as a bartender on the Strip. And I'm really glad that I didn't force her to do something that if her heart wasn't there, because when she got breast cancer, had the health issues, I was so thankful that she was happy. She would meet business people who would come in and talk to her and offload and whatnot. So I would say, whatever you want to do in life, as long as you're happy, as long as it gives you, like Tony Robbins said, get a job that gives you fulfillment, right?
Yeah.
If there's no fulfillment, it's a job.
It's a job.
Do you know how many people go to work and they're not happy? They're just there for
I
the
would say
paycheck.
90%. Is it that high?
I had mentioned in another talk show about Jay Shetty or Mind Valley. They said there's so many professionals who are unhappy in their job, but it's the money. We're all that keeps them there, and obligations to pay the mortgage and the expensive cars and the trips and blah, blah, blah. So we're all motivated by different things. And you would have, if you talk to 10 teenagers right now and ask them what their role or what their goal or their ambition is, you'll get 10 different stories. Maybe because they were conditioned from their parents or the schools and whatnot. But if you ask them, what do you really like playing around with? And a good example of this would be my son. When my son was younger, he loved taking apart the radio, television, or computers. In his bedroom one day, I walked in and there were computer parts all over. I said, sweetie, if there's a fire or something, you're going to be stuck in here because it's dangerous. But looking back now, I am glad that he was curious to see how things worked. He started doing that with cars as well. He took apart the cars. He would look on the internet. He can fix and repair anything electronically in the house.
Wow.
He can build a solar panel. He did a solar or something in his house. He built a deck. He lives in Florida. And he just amazes me because there's things that, he might think is simple to him, but he has learned out of curiosity over the years. Mm-hmm. A lot of people can't do the simplest thing, like even screw on a light bulb. As an example, So we have to appreciate if somebody's good with electrical or mechanical or whatever, and that's their passion, like you just said earlier,
go for it.
It's not a job.
It's not a job.
But they're getting paid for it.
And, I tell kids that all the time, actually, because, I'm always asking children, like, what is it that you love to do? Let's figure out a way to make that a job. Let's figure out a way for you to get paid to do that. If you love talking, you might want to be a talk show host. If you, or you might want to work in hospitality, or be the boss of somebody. So whatever it is that you like doing, let's figure out a way to find and what it takes to get into that career.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if we can't meet some people that we can introduce you to get your foot in the door of getting started in a career path that you like.
So you just mentioned get your foot in the door.
Mhm.
Not there are some young kids who are disillusioned. I have some family members who are. They said, you know, Auntie, I went to school to be da 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 da, and I got
Right.
my bachelor's and my master's, and you're telling me I should go because there are no jobs available in my field. You're telling me I should go and get a job in a restaurant. I said, yes, sweetie. You know, it's like again, remember, do what you have to do
Right.
until you can do what you want to do, because you might learn management skills from that manager at that service in the service industry. You might learn how to communicate or put out fires or diffuse conflicts, you know, because they're always like little kids when they don't want other kids to play in their sandbox, like
Right.
bullies or whatnot. They grow up to be the same as adults. They haven't changed. It's just little problems then become bigger problems, because when you're in an office environment or working in any industry, you will have jealousy. You will have folks. We're told that in the corporate world, men push each other up the ladder and women pull each other down.
Wow.
And another way of freezing out, and if they don't, like we talked earlier about bullying, kids bullying, now you have adults bullying where they'd freeze. If they didn't want like one person in that department, they can freeze them out and not invite them to lunch
Right.
or give them the cold treatment. So it's like little kids growing up to be big kids, and it's similar in the sandbox again.
And we all know when someone is giving us the cold shoulder,
Yes.
or when someone,
Happens all the time.
yeah, it happens all the time. And when someone is giving us make that may not be feeling or may have some issues or some concerns with us. And in the workplace, tell me about an opportunity that you had to deal with something challenging that you had to overcome and or handle.
In terms of employer relations,
Mhm.
they're always gonna. They're all. There's so many different. In my lifetime, there's so many issues, and I brought up where in one group, one person was being singled out, and the leader, the bully, or the head did not want to include this one person. And of course, you have the little stooges, the followers who would follow. And it's not fair to that person who's being shunned.
Right.
And you don't want to be the one who's shunned. Again, it's like going back to kindergarten or growing up in high school. So the little bullying become something similar to that. Pranks that's played, or here is something that's if somebody is jealous and they didn't get the position, but you got the position.
Mm.
What they do is they go to HR and they whisper to HR and fill out complaints. So and so was rude or didn't do a job that they were supposed to, and I'm filling in for them, or whatever. So what they're doing is behind the scene, they're sabotaging that employee. And that information, again, what they said is if it's not in writing, it wasn't done or it wasn't said. But then you have the conflict, or where you have you to bring the other employee in and have a one-on-one to get to the bottom of it and try to be as fair as possible. But sometimes you're on the outside and looking in and you know what's happening as well. And there's so much politics that happens in every industry.
So
And-
tell
Go ahead.
so tell me if like if you were talking to a young person, you were giving them some advice right now. Tell me, what would you say to a young person who may be experiencing on the job um, that cold shoulder or harassment from a higher up?
Well, most of the time, statistics have shown as well, employees don't leave the company, they leave the manager. So if a manager is favoring
I
one
love
employee,
your little. You have all these little nice little sayings.
really, but it's true. Most of the time, people don't leave the company. They're leaving their manager or the leaders. And that's why when we hire people at a certain level, we have ongoing training and development for them. As a manager, as a leader, if you see something happening, and I think I mentioned as well sexual harassment, proper training, no touching for a male, female employee, employer, or manager, if you're in a lesser position than that manager, whether a female or a male, you can't make promises to your subordinate for favors, because if that person didn't get the position, then there's so many discrimination claims and lawsuits. And in HR, I shouldn't say we're there to protect the employees. We're really there to protect the company from liabilities.
That's
Bottom
true.
line, when you think about
Say
it,
that again, because that's very, very true.
it's important, but it's also, you're there for the employees as well. You have to be unbiased. But a lot of times there are things that I want to say, but I have to sweep it under the carpet as well. But now I'm not working for a company, and I'm not, so it's still being careful. But training and development has to be something that's ongoing for managers, so they're not favoring one employee over the other, because then in a way you're applying the bullying technique or tactic that the young kids in that playground, right, the sandbox did, right?
So tell me, so right now you are, I guess I can identify you as an entrepreneur because you are a self-made woman right now. And so with that said, tell me a little bit about some major accomplishments that you have achieved.
Okay, I love being a director of HR and whatnot. I loved human resources. But what I never realized, I've always dabbled over the years in real estate. Always. I never thought of it as an entrepreneur or a real estate investor. In the 2008, when the market crashed, I lost 8 properties and I lost a lot of money. But it was so easy. So the passion was there to do that. So my accomplishments: real estate, comfortable lifestyle, not having to report to anyone, doing what I want whenever, traveling the world. I'm enjoying life right now.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I'm giving back. I want to help. If I can share that knowledge with the younger people, I'm here. I'm here to share how to prepare them, dress for success. For the young people, I would say, go the extra mile, get your foot in the door. Again, it's not what you know. So even if you did graduate with whatever degree, it doesn't matter. There are thousands of them like you. It's your soft skills. It's your personality. It's your connection. And help somebody else. Help somebody. You never know how it's going to come back to you.
Wow. That is my Zorita. She is amazing. I can talk to her forever and ever and ever. And when we come back, we're going to continue the conversation just a little bit more on some of her accomplishments.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel, because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe, with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show, and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together, and let's bring the world to you. Join us now. Live streaming on social media is the best new way. We've reached the age of live streaming on social media shows. You may ask, we're already ahead of the curve, so why do you need to advertise with us?
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
So hi, I'm Tori, your host with FamVersations, and we're sitting here with Zorita today, Lady Zoe, as I like to call her.
I like that.
And we're talking about some of her successes. And we left off when she started talking about some of her accomplishments. And I want to dig a little bit deeper into that. So tell us a little bit more about, like, corporately, because you've worked in corporate America and you've worked in corporate Canada. So corporate-wise, give us a little bit more of some of the things that you like to boast about, some of your successes.
Well, I must say I've been truly blessed. I've worked for some great companies. I haven't jumped around. I've got a lot of stability. So with the with the advertising company, I was there for 10 years. The success there was maintaining that Alberta government's account and developing that relationship. Fun job. The other one was engineering, which I was there for 7 years in Canada and 1 year in the US. I resigned after a year. Remember when I said people leave their managers or their leaders?
Right.
I resigned after we got a new president. The president had selected me and transferred me and shipped my car, my furniture, my family, did the green card in 6 months. They were wonderful. They flew me down the first time to see if I'd like North Carolina. And like I say, I've been blessed to have worked for great companies. Then I joined IBM, and I managed a staffing company in Raleigh and Durham, North Carolina. The first African-American staffing company. It was started in Reston, Virginia. And so I worked directly for the owner, the CEO that lived in Durham as well.
Wow.
And after that, then I joined IBM, and great company, fantastic companies, and like I say, wonderful companies to have worked with. I've been really, really fortunate. They were very generous. They rewarded, actually, I probably have trophies and stuff. Oh, there is one from Coast Pharmaceutical where I worked for. They give you Tiffany Crystal's $5,000 as awards, and with IBM, stock options. I got a 10,000 sign-on bonus, or 85,000. They were matching. I had an offer from GlaxoSmithKline and whatnot. So, again, great companies to have worked for. The pharmaceutical company I worked for was bought out by a larger pharmaceutical company in Miami, and they paid me 85,000 to stay for the 3 months transition, while Washington Mutual corporate headquarters in Seattle was waiting for me. So they waited for me for 3 months. When I got to Seattle after doing the transition and getting that 85,000, 3 months after, Wama was bought out by Chase JP Morgan. And then they asked for me to move to New York, and I said, no, you can pay me $1 million, but I'm not going back to the cold because I left Canada. So that's when I returned to Florida, and I worked for a clinical research company. Clinical research, we do the testing for the drugs for the big pharma companies on humans. And I think you had a question about what was the question you wanted me to elaborate a bit?
So basically, like just your accomplishments that you've made throughout your corporate experiences, your both Canadian corporate Canadian and corporate America. So you answered it. I'm good. But I do have a question that I'd like for you to maybe address directly to young people. Because we talked a little bit about sexual harassment. What does that look like? How do you respond? What do you need to do? And we talked a little bit about bullying. So my question is, if we have a young person that's watching that is dealing with some of these things, we don't want you to, be outside waiting for this person to come outside. We want you to handle this the proper way, the right way. So if a young person is dealing with, let's say, corporate bullying and or sexual harassment, what are the protocols? What are some steps that they should do to handle it the right way versus I'm going to meet you outside. We're going to take care of this when you come outside.
Well, I know for kids, it's really a challenge because when you're a teenager, sometimes you want to be a kid still, and then you want to be an adult, a grown-up. So it's really a trying time for them. I did talk to some kids, and I did volunteer with Dress for Success. These are a different situation where the women are abused and getting them back into the workforce. But for the teenage kids, I would say, please don't keep anything to yourself. Find someone to talk to. And when you think your parents are not there for you, maybe they were caught up in there, like I know I was busy with my job when I got transferred. And looking back now, my kids, I wish I had become more aware then, knowing what I know now. I would say for parents to reach out to the children, but if the children are going through anything, any teenager out there, please, when you think your parents don't care, or they're too busy with their lives, or they're juggling so many things, reach out to them and share it. Even if you don't feel comfortable, or you think your parents don't have that time, reach out to your friends' parents, or anybody at all. Don't keep it to yourself, because some kids internalize it, they get depressed, they commit suicide. It's so sad that it's happening right now. They're depressed because they think they've been selected, nobody notices them, they're invisible, or all these stories. We could tell ourselves stories over and over, and then we tend to believe it. We believe what we tell ourselves in our minds. So think back, as a teenager, do not keep anything to yourself. Share it with somebody. There is help available. And just verbalizing it instead of internalizing it, it really helps you. You have to look in that mirror every day. Every day before you step out that door, just make up something silly and say, damn, I look effing good. Or whatever. Just tell yourself something that makes you feel good. Because if you don't love yourself first, nobody else will or can. So love yourself. But if you are having, and there are problems, until we die, there are going to be potholes in the roads that we have to go through life. So when you're a kid, when you're a teenager, when you're an adult, when you get married, when you have your job or whatever, there are always going to be problems, but there's always someone that you can reach out to. I know there are hotlines that my mom in Canada she volunteered for a distress line. You don't know who you're talking about on the other end, but social services have a lot of programs that teenagers can reach out to and reach out for help, and that person does not know them and is not judging them. So please don't keep it to yourself, because I know there are a lot of young teenagers who are isolating themselves. They're cyberbullying as well. On social media, a lot of kids have been, if the bullies, and there'll always be bullies. Even in the boardroom when they grow up, from teenager, there are going to be people who feel bad about themselves, so they have to impose that on others. Because if you feel good about yourself, you won't want to hurt somebody else.
Right. So, and that is sound advice. That is absolute sound advice. But corporately, what should a young person do? What should they do if they feel a certain kind of way in the workplace? Definitely tell somebody. I love that you pointed that out, because that's so crucial. And just being able to let that stuff go, so the anger is not building up, and the depression and everything else is not building up. But when it's corporately related, because like you said, managers want to protect the company. So as opposed to having someone getting sued, and that could end up being a choice, but what rights, what information, what things should a young person know about what's the proper way to go and express themselves about matters that they're concerned with?
Okay, so working corporately, you're talking about a different age group. When you're talking about teenagers, then obviously not working in a corporate environment. So as a teenager, there's help available on the social services side, and their parents or their friends' parents, or whoever they feel comfortable with. In a corporate environment, human resources is there, and they are legally responsible for meeting with each employee and having that employee report it and have it in writing. If they're verbally, again, this is something I learned working closely with the lawyers, with legal. If it's not in writing, it wasn't done. So you can't accuse a manager or someone for touching you inappropriately.
So first thing is documentation.
Sexual harassment, any kind of improper touching, promising whatever for sexual favors or whatever. If you, the employee, don't report it to human resources and sign something and get a copy for yourself, remember, if it's not in writing, it wasn't done. If you verbally tell someone, within the company, you can't come back, and if you didn't get the job and then you say, oh, they tried to sabotage me, they didn't give me the job because I didn't sleep with them, blah, blah, blah. If they didn't report incidents to human resources, how would anybody know?
Okay. So there you have it. There you have it. But even kids working at McDonald's, that's a corporation. So when I said corporation, I'm thinking whatever job they have. There is somebody that's like have a human resources that they should go and report to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any service industry, it doesn't matter if it's at McDonald's or big corporation, whatever, those companies should, unless it's a mom and pop, they should have an HR department. If not, if you're reporting directly to the mom and pop, they should have something in writing approaching their manager, their direct manager as well. Some of these mom and pops don't have proper management training as well. So training and development on an ongoing basis is always, a plus for new hires and managers on a continuous basis as well, because they have to stay on the cutting edge as to what the new rules and regulations are also. So that's why managers and business development people are sent for training or for salespeople. There's ongoing training. In different companies, because they were so large, we had different departments where, we had brown bag lunches where we'd call people into, to talk about certain topics, which is not taking away the time from the employees, whether it's sexual harassment, whether it's being bullied, whether it's being discriminated on, whether employees feel like they were not being promoted because of whatever, preference, sexual preference or whatever, male, female, and again, I'm so sorry. But anyway.
There you have it. There you have it. So that's going to wrap it up for us. I just want to say that it has been a tremendous joy for me to sit here and talk to Ms. Zarita when it comes to corporate pros and cons and things that we need to know in the corporate world. She is our go-to and just a wealth of knowledge, and she's going to be doing some training with us as well. And I'm super excited that we have someone that has so much knowledge in the corporate America, and also Canadian. I can't even say it right. And corporate Canadian. So, like I said, thank you so much for joining me. I'm looking forward to us working together and doing a lot more stuff.
Thank you for having me. I'm just a phone call away if I can help anybody at all. My knowledge is to be shared, and
do you want to share your contact information?
My email address is zeellall@yahoo.com.
Okay, let's do it again.
zeellall@yahoo.com.
LALL. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So that does it for us today. That is FamVersations, where we sit down and talk to corporate business professionals in Las Vegas and all over the United States, talking about their careers, how they became successful, their challenges, and a little advice for a young person that is coming into the world of work. So we are looking forward to you joining us next Friday at 3 o'clock. And just tune into our social medias and click in for our show. You'll find us. So I'm Latoria, and this has been FamVersations.
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe, with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show, and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together, and let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
Hi, I'm Mia, a voiceover and marketing student from Whalers Creation. Hey, we have a great show streaming on all social media networks called FamVersations. It's a talk for teens and young adults. We meet with local professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. They share their success stories, challenges, and greatest achievements. Turn us on every Friday at 3 p.m. Foster, adopt, mentor.
Hi, thank you for joining us today. I am your host, Latoria Kern, and you are listening to FamVersation, a talk show for teens that talks to professionals from all over the United States and here in Vegas. Today, you're going to meet a fabulous person, and I cannot wait to introduce you to her. This is joining me today, Miss Trina Marie Shaw. Miss Tina Marie Shaw, as you can see, is our USOA Mrs. Nevada 2022. Hello and welcome.
Hi, Latoria. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, as I said before, our show is to meet professionals from the community and have them to talk to our young people about how you became successful, a little bit of the challenges that you may have encountered, and we're going to end the show with all of this. We want to hear all about being reigned USOA Mrs. Nevada. And that is the United States of America's Mrs. Nevada 2022. Did I get it right?
You got it right.
Yes. I know how important that is.
Thank you so much.
So tell me a little bit about your childhood.
Ooh, it was interesting for sure. Some great moments, some struggling moments. My mom was diagnosed with a mental illness when I was very young. I remember at the age of 7, she was sick, mentally, and it's something that my family really didn't talk about too much. I didn't talk about it. I told myself I would never ever talk about it. And it took something as me participating in a pageant to say, you know what? People need to hear my story.
Really?
Yeah.
That is really, really, really interesting to hear that. And so, was that your platform for the pageant?
Yes, my platform is called Sparkle, Turning Darkness into Light, and it's about eradicating stigmas associated with mental health, mental illnesses. I know my family didn't talk about it just because it was something that they just wasn't too familiar about and really didn't understand. And then for me, I didn't talk about it because of the stigma of shame that's attached to it. I didn't want people to say, oh, your mom is crazy. I didn't want them to think if I was going to be crazy. Sometimes I even questioned, oh my God, am I going to be mentally ill at one point in my life? So I just never ever wanted to say anything about it. My brother has always been very open. I had to tell him, quit telling my business. And he says, I'm not telling your business. I'm telling my business. I said, well, your business is my business. So stop telling my business.
I like that. So after your earlier years, as trying to hide the stigma, obviously you went to school. You ended up going and finishing up high school. Talk about your high school years and college years.
Yeah, so I actually fell in love with basketball probably about 7th grade. I've always played sports. I played flag football, volleyball, track, cross country. I just was an athlete. I love to compete, obviously. But basketball really tugged at my heart. And basketball, I didn't realize then was my form of therapy. I didn't see a therapist when I was younger. In the African American culture, and I think a lot of minority cultures in general, therapy and talking about mental health or any type of issue is just something you just don't do. You just push through it. Life could be worse, which is true. But, they say, well, your ancestors or your grandfather, what they've done back in the day, you don't have any problems or struggles. It can't be that bad.
What's going on in our home stays
in our home. Exactly. Yeah. And I do believe that it was all from love. But what I've realized is that it definitely has hurt the culture in general because everything is kept inside. And it also allowed you to be very protective and even have trust issues, right? Because you never talked about what has happened when you were growing up, whatever the trauma was. You never talked about it. You just kind of harbor it inside. You don't know. You don't understand it.
Right.
And so that's why I'm so passionate about my platform, Sparkle Turning Darkness into Light, because I want to inspire people to share their story. I want to empower people and encourage people to think of different ways of what we can do to help encourage people to say, you know what, I'm not doing okay.
Right.
Yeah, because there's nothing wrong when you're going through life. We're human. We're supposed to feel.
Exactly.
And somehow, as a society, we have forgotten that we're human.
Right.
And we're going to go through some things.
I saw two different posts on you. One that you shared recently is like stress release. It's a new post that you uploaded, and it was a hotline that you can dial into.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Warm Lines. Mental Health America has I don't want to say a program, but I guess you can kind of say a program where you don't have to be connected to them, to the organization, to any type of therapist, any support group or anything like that. And if you need someone to reach out to talk to, you can. And I think that's awesome, because although I'm telling people, and I go to classrooms and I work with the youth, and I'm like, hey, we're a community and we have to look out for each other.
Right,
and when
right.
you see someone's behavior change, they're usually always chipper and happy. All of a sudden, they're very quiet to themselves. You might want to pry just a little bit. We're also taught to mind your business. Don't mind your business.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to go ahead and pry.
Could be something going
Yeah.
on.
But at the same time, none of us are licensed therapists. I do have a master's in human services, but I'm not a licensed therapist.
Mm-hmm.
They're not licensed therapists. So you can't put someone else's troubles on your shoulder. But what I am asking is that to go ahead and be the person that sometimes you might have to be that support, or you're getting them the help. So that Warm Line is a number that you can share with them, or if you see it, and you could go to my website too and get that information, and you just reach out to someone. And the people that answer the phones are people who have experienced whatever that you're going through, which is a reminder that more than likely someone has went through what you went through. So
More
you're
than
not
likely.
alone. Believe it or
Exactly.
not, you're not
Exactly.
alone.
Exactly. And then the other post that I saw was one that was shared with me through the young lady who interviewed you. And that post, you were on one of the TV networks, and you were talking about stress in the workplace.
Yes.
And so, like, what are some things that you can advise, talk about, or have people to help deal with stress at the workplace?
You always have to make sure you're doing something that's for you. So we get so wrapped up in our work, most of us, right? We want to do an excellent job. And then you have home life, family life, whatever else. You might be involved with other activities, but you have to make sure that you find something that is all about you, and it's okay to put yourself first. That was something else I had to kind of undo in my mind, that it was okay that I come first, and that it wasn't me being selfish,
Right.
but that, hey, I need to do something that's just for me, because it is a stress reliever.
Right.
For some people, they like to go to the gym. Some people, they like to go hiking. Some people want to read a book. Some people don't want to do anything but go to sleep.
Right. and here's the thing. If you're on an airplane, the first thing they tell you that if an emergency happens and you're with someone, you have to put the mask on your face first.
Yes.
So you have to take care of yourself first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I say that all the
Yeah,
time when
yeah.
I'm talking to the youth. I said, remember, you have to put that mask on your face first. You have to. Even moms, both of us are moms.
That's right.
Even when you have your children, you have to put the mask, because
right.
if you don't make sure you have oxygen and you're breathing and you can function, how are you going to be alive? How are you going to be available? How are you going to be well enough to be able to take care of someone else?
It's so true. So true. So after high school, what did you do?
So after high school, I actually I got pregnant at 19. So I played 2 years of college basketball, got pregnant my second year to my amazing son, George Eldridge, age of the 5th. Chief 5, love you. And
Shout out to my son.
Yes. And then I had to take a break from school for a while. And then just from, I honestly, I do believe that because I didn't get the therapy that I needed, I ended up dating someone that wasn't really, I won't say it was a bad person, but he had anger issues. So that's actually what brought me into Las Vegas.
Wow.
I needed to just get away, and I came to Las Vegas with just a suitcase.
Wow.
Yeah.
And your baby.
And my son's father is a big help. So my son's father actually did a really good job with helping me as far as raising him. And it got to one point, honestly, that I was like, I couldn't, I'm not a man. And I think I did the hardest thing that a lot of women would do, which is I had to say to myself, you know what? I can't teach him how to be a man. So he actually went and lived with my son's father full time, his dad full time, which his dad, the fourth, is amazing too. We just weren't meant for each other. I was still young, wasn't ready to get married. Probably could have, but I just didn't want to get married at that age.
And stuff happens.
Yeah,
stuff
happens.
happens. And you move on.
Yeah.
So now, after college, you've had a career, and then you went into real estate. Tell me a little bit about your journey to real estate, and any challenges or flaws that you had to overcome.
Oh yes, actually, so before real estate, I went to CSN. I stayed here 1 year, got my residency, went to CSN, and then transferred to University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And I actually got my undergrad degree in Bachelor of Science Business Administration with an emphasis in Human Resource Management. So I actually spent over 15 years in HR, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So I love leading and developing people. And I did that for a while. And when I said you got to pick up something that's for you, that's how I ended up picking up photography, because I needed some type of outlet. I was so stressed. I would work such long hours. I was so stressed out that I was like, I have to do something. So I picked up photography. So I took a break from HR. Wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do. Had my photography business for a while. And I actually still have that.
You literally had a business in photography. I didn't know that. That's cool.
I started to take some classes and realized I was good at it.
Right.
And saw that I could run it as a business and said, why not? So
everybody's looking for a photographer. And do you do that now?
Yeah, I don't shoot. I still have my company. My business partner does most of the shooting, and then we have other photographers that actually do most of the work. I hardly ever shoot just because I don't have enough time to shoot, but I still have it. And so when you ask me as far as real estate, I did go to real estate school, and so I have my license for a little over 3 years now. So when people ask me, like, how long have you been a realtor? I'm like, well, I've had my license for a little over 3 years, about this time now. However, I have been dealing with contracts. I used to deal with unions. I had to write contracts. I had to negotiate contracts. I've been working with people and negotiating for over 15 years. Now it's over 18 years. So real estate, even though it's dealing with houses, it's not new to me, and that's why I feel really comfortable, and I do owe that to my success so far.
I like how you set a goal, and at the end of the year, you're like, I'm going to sell 4 houses before the year ends, and you did it.
I did. Yeah.
And this is such a great market to be a real estate real estate agent right now.
Yeah. So yeah, I did. I had 4 transactions in December. I was like, well, I had to hit my goal, so I needed 4 more in order to hit my goal. Yes.
I love it. I love it. And so you touch bases on that you took some classes. What are the steps to becoming a realtor, a real estate agent?
So I took online classes, which I'm familiar with. I took a lot of online classes when I first came out here, working full time, and then going to school, which was extremely tough. Sometimes I don't even know how I did it. One time I took 22 credits.
One time was 22?
Oh yeah.
That's a whole year.
I just needed to get it done. I had to get it done. So I did it while working full time. I needed it. Yeah, I needed to finish. And then, and I'm sorry, what was your question again? I was like, wait a minute. I was still stuck on, how did I do that?
But you did it. You're here to tell the story. Yes. So it's like the classes, like what are the steps of becoming a realtor? Yes.
So you have to sign up. There's different schools. So in Nevada, like they have the real estate school in Nevada. That's actually where I went. But there's Key Realty. There's different, throughout the U.S. You take a national exam and you take a state exam. So the national exam is for no matter what state you live in, right? And then you have your state exam. And because I had my degree already, I decided to do both the real estate and the broker license. So I'm a broker salesperson is what they call me. Yes.
And I was going to ask you about that.
Yes.
I wondered about that because I could see you in that broker role because of, as I'm getting to know you more and more and more. So, good.
Yeah.
Glad to know that you
I
are
said,
vocal.
I just need to get it done. I'm not going to take the class again. I mean, not the class, the test again. I need to do it one time. So I just, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And one of the things that you touched bases on it already, and one of the things I wanted to talk to you about was some of your other passions and some of your other interests.
Okay. Yes. So besides, I do like competing. I feel like it pushes you and it's motivating, because, you want to win. If you ask my husband, he thinks I'm very competitive, but he is way more competitive than I am. Yes, he's way more competitive. I told him this morning he went to go play golf with some of his friends that are in town. And he said his swing was off yesterday. So I said, well, babe, you better get there early this morning so you can practice your drive.
Was he out there early this morning?
I need you to come home and say that you had a really good game.
I love
Yes.
it. And so let me see here. So we know that you're passionate about being a competitor, which you are,
Yes.
because you are. I'm sitting here with the Mrs. USOA Mrs. Nevada 2022. So I know she's very competitive.
Yes.
And how many people competed in that pageant?
So we had, good question. I ain't gonna go back. We probably had a total of, I don't know,
I saw a
15.
group picture, and it
Yeah,
was like
15,
20, 30 people. Was it that
wasn't
many?
It was probably less, maybe.
It looked like it was a lot of people.
Yeah, there was quite a few. Maybe like 15. There's different divisions, but it's, how many were there? 8. Yeah, maybe 16. Was it 15, 16 maybe?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, 15, 16 people, a
Yeah.
lot can look like a lot
Yeah.
when you're on a picture.
Yeah.
But it was a lot. I was like, oh my God, there's a lot of people that competed.
Yeah.
So, and you walked away with the title. I
I-
love it. I'm not going to get too much into that right
Okay.
now because
Okay.
I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later.
But to answer your question too, I actually love to do anything that's adventurous just about. So I actually recently flew an airplane, which was exciting.
What?
I did. No lessons. I just flew it.
Okay.
I went to
Who
go
was
meet
your
some
co-pilot?
friends. So he was actually a pilot.
Okay.
So I went to go meet some friends, and when I showed up, they were like, "Oh, so you ready to fly this airplane?" And I went, "Yes." I was like, "What?"
I
I'm like,
probably
"Yeah,
would've
you're
said
gonna
the same
fly
thing,
it,"
like,
and I
absolutely.
went, "Sure." Yes.
I love it. Miss Adventurous. I love it, man. So, this show is to help young people to strive to become excellent, and meeting people in the community who've struggled and who've made it successfully. What advice would you give a young person that is looking at you and they're like, oh, I want to do that, I want to do that, I want to do that? Like, talk to the young people right now and tell them like what advice you would give them as they're preparing for their careers.
Okay, as they're preparing, I would say, first thing I would say, the same thing I tell my son: do not let anybody tell you that you can't do it. Not even me. Not your mom, not your dad, not your aunt, not your grandmother, not anybody. If you believe in your heart that this is what you're supposed to do and this is what you want to do, then you better do everything to make it happen and make it work. And it will, as long as you believe, and it's not going to be easy, because nothing great comes easy. If everything great comes easy, everybody be doing great things, and it wouldn't be so great because it came so easy. And that's the way I look at it. You just, you do it and you prove people wrong. Sometimes when you deal with trauma, I don't even look at it as like it defines who you are, but you can take that traumatic experience and you could turn it into fuel. And that's what I did. I turned it into fuel because I wanted to prove to, the pain that I was feeling from people that I thought that I should have trusted, that hurt me, that I was someone, and that I was not going to be just another statistic, and that I was going to show you that I can do this. I had someone tell me that I was not going to do anything but have babies. And
I was told the same
"What?"
thing.
I was told in junior high when I was talking about college, "Really? You don't think about a trade school?" And I went, "Oh God, I never even thought about a trade school. I thought I was supposed to go to college." And I was like flabbergasted. I didn't know what to think anymore. So my point is, people are going to tell you some things, and sometimes it's out of their fear. Like they might genuinely love you, but because they're fearful of it and they don't want you to hurt or be in pain, they may try to talk you out of it, but you have to believe in your heart. And the biggest thing is knowing what your purpose is. I am a firm believer that once you find out what your purpose is, there's nothing that's going to stop you.
And when you're working in your purpose, that's the other
Yes.
thing. When you're working in your
Yes.
purpose, it's not work. You're
Right.
simply getting paid for it. Have been fueled by people telling me the same thing, that you can't do this. And I'm telling you, every single time I hear you can't do this, and I can't tell you how many countless people who have been superly successful. Michael Jordan, I saw him in an interview the other day, and he said that he was so glad to be able to tell his coach that did not put him on that basketball team in high school, you were wrong.
Right. That's the best feeling.
Isn't that the best?
Yes.
That is the best.
Yes. Steve Harvey said something similar, and I forgot the exact story, but I remember he said he wanted to, I guess, be on TV or whatever. I don't know if it was comedy or acting, and the teacher said he couldn't do it because he had a stuttering problem. He kept sending her TVs so she could see him on TV. I loved it. I loved it. Yes.
I had a lady tell me when I was in undergraduate school that I was not going to finish undergraduate school because I had a boyfriend. And because I had a boyfriend, she said these words to me: "You ain't going to finish." I still hear those words in my head. You ain't going to finish. You're going to end up getting pregnant.
Yes.
And she's one of my mother's clients.
Oh, man.
And when I graduated, I walked to her house personally and handed her when I was getting ready to graduate, I walked to her personally to give her my invitation to attend my college graduation.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's the best.
That's the best.
The best feedback.
Yeah.
The best feedback.
Yeah.
I love it.
So believe in yourself. I
Yes.
love what you said. Believe in
Yes.
yourself, and do not let anybody tell you your self-worth, because you know that you can do it if you believe that you can do it.
And it's not, and then after you believe, you have to put
the work in. Is that what you're about to say?
You can't just sit on the couch and believe and believe and believe and have this vision if you're not doing anything to make it happen. That they go together.
That's right.
They go together.
That's right. Yeah, because a dream is just a dream
Yes.
until you turn it into reality.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, fantastic. So that is going to wrap it up for us for our first part of our show. And I want to say thank you so much. It's so cool sitting here with you. We'll be back with FamVersations.
We'll be back.
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe, with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show, and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together, and let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel, because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations.
And we're back with FamVersation. Today, as we told you earlier, we are meeting with Trina Marie Shaw.
Yes.
And Trina Marie Shaw is...
You want to keep saying the musician, the artist, Tina Marie.
Right. Because you're Tina, and you're not Tina, you're Trina. She's Trina. She's not... I know, Tina Marie.
Everybody keeps saying
Everybody
Tina.
knows
I know.
that.
Tina is amazing.
But she is Trina Marie.
Yes,
Trina,
yes.
we want to get that name right,
Yes.
because you want to keep an eye on this young lady. So Trina Marie Shaw is the United States of America's Mrs. Nevada 2022. And I am super excited that I get to meet her. And we have her on the cover of our magazine coming up in a couple of days, actually. So we want you guys to definitely check out our new issue of Youth News featuring Miss Tina Marie Shaw. Trina Marie Shaw.
I know. She's just going to call me Tina for the rest of the night. It's okay. I love Tina Marie, so
Trina
it's okay.
Marie Shaw. So that night, when it was down to two people, because you have to have this whole drawn out week or a couple of days of preparing. Tell me about that.
Okay, so actually it's longer than a couple days of preparation because you prepare way before the actual competition. So there's a lot of work that's put into competing in pageants, which I didn't realize how much work. So when you get on the stage, it's kind of like, for me at least, I felt like it was the moment of, you get to see all the hard work that I put into it, but it's a lot of stress. It is. It's definitely worth it, but as I mentioned earlier, nothing good comes right from if you don't stress about it a little bit. But as far as your interviewing, they say that pageants are won in interview. So interviewing on stage question has the most heaviest weight, and then obviously your evening gown and your swimsuit. And the swimsuit you can do a 1-piece or a 2-piece. Some people say, what? You know what?
I didn't realize they were still doing swimsuit competitions.
And I'm okay with it. It doesn't bother me because, you put a lot of work into it and it is motivation for you to stay in shape. So, hey, you might as well show off what you did. I don't mind.
I worked hard for this.
Yes. And you get to do 1 or 2-piece. So it's not like you have to do a 2-piece and you feel uncomfortable. So it's, I'm good with it.
So that night when, after all that preparation and all of that long hours of getting mindset ready and, having people to come out and cheer you on. I know, I'm feeling it too.
Yeah.
And it was down to you and another person.
Mm-hmm.
What were your thoughts? Tell me about that moment.
Just praying that, did I do okay in the interview? Did I answer my question? Okay, my onstage question. Did they hear my passion? Do they see like my heart? All these things that's going through your head. And it's just, for me, it was just like prayer. Like, I feel like my journey. I know how much work I put into it. And I just really wanted to, I really wanted to win, I'm gonna be honest. And I should feel so bad about it, right?
You shouldn't feel bad. That's why you're in the competition. Nobody's in the competition to lose.
Yeah, right.
So that's okay.
However, I would say the biggest win of it all, it was how much I've grown. That to me is the biggest win. That's the part that I'm like, when I go out and I talk to people or people ask me questions about pageants, I tell them, like, if you're really looking to step outside your comfort zone and push yourself in ways that you never really imagined, then you should consider a pageant. Oh, I'm too shy. You should consider a pageant. Oh, I feel uncomfortable on stage. You should consider a pageant. Because it does help you with your confidence level. It does help you define your voice. It does encourage you to give back to the community. I've always given back to the community. So that part was like, yes, this is who I am. And United States of America pageant system, the motto is what I stand for as far as the brand, empowering women, inspiring everyone, uplifting others. That's, what I am about. Like, I love supporting other women. I know how the challenges that we have that we're still are having to overcome. So to be able to empower another woman, I feel like you're also allowing that next woman to empower somebody else. And that's how we all continue to elevate and to grow. And then when it comes to inspiring people, like if you go to my Facebook personal page, you'll say, for years, I don't know how long, it's probably been as long as I had a Facebook account, love to inspire.
Wow.
Love to inspire. Because I said, if I can be the person that I needed when I was 7 years old, 10 years old, then I know I can help someone else. And if I can just help one person, if I can help save a person's life, not to get too heavy, but the reason why I'm so passionate about it is that people don't talk about it enough, and they don't realize that we lose someone to suicide every 40 seconds in the world. So this is a really big issue.
It's a big
No one
issue.
wants to talk about it, but like we have to talk about it. And so that's why like, turning darkness into light, because hey, if we talk about it more, it becomes easier. It's just like life insurance, right? Nobody wants to talk about it. Now more people are having those conversations because they know they have to have their things in order. And I understand you want to talk about death, but you still need to have stuff in order. Same thing with mental health. If we can reach people before they get to that dark place where they feel like they have no other alternative and they don't want to be here anymore, we will reduce suicide.
Right.
Yeah. And there's so many people used to think that the people that would decide to no longer be here were people who were weak. And I'm like, not really. They're doctors. They're lawyers. They're moms, dads, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, aunts, uncles, people like you and I that just said,
Athletes,
I'm tired.
Singers, dancers.
And they just didn't have the life coping skills. Another reason why it needs to be added in elementary, high school, and even for collegiate courses. Life coping skills. How do I have a breathing app, a mindful app on my Apple Watch. When I get stressed out, I put it on and it helps me control my breathing for a minute. You will be surprised after the end of that minute, because I've controlled my breathing. All of a sudden, I can think clearly now, and I can go about my business.
And we tell kids, actually, when kids get upset, stop and breathe.
Yes.
That breathing is powerful.
Everything. Yes.
Because you're getting oxygen to your brain. Because when you stop breathing and it's just adrenaline running, your blood vessels, your brain is getting all clogged up, and you can't think. So when you can stop and breathe, then you can think clearly. Is this a decision I want to make? Is this something I want to do? Or
why am I so angry? You start to realize what your emotions are. But the interesting thing, if you ask any Olympian, like a track star, they would tell you, what does the coach say? Get your breathing under control. Get your breathing under control. That breathing is everything. But then too, we also tell people when they're younger, and even now, they don't have the freedom to be able to express themselves if they're upset and really understand why. So that self-awareness is everything. Like, why am I feeling this way? And then validating that their feelings are okay. It's okay for you to be upset. I mean, you can't go and destroy things, but if you're upset, you are entitled to be upset because they're your feelings.
Exactly. And to be able to articulate when you can, because sometimes you feel like you just want to, and I'm not stealing your stuff, but what you're passionate about is something that our magazine supports, and we put something in about mental health every single issue. So it's something that we definitely too believe in, and we just want you to be able to express yourself in a positive way, because there's a whole lot of different ways that you can express yourself, but choose positive. Breathe.
Yes. You can go dancing. You can go running too.
Yeah.
You can
paint.
Yes. They're all forms of therapy. Music.
Yes.
Pick up an instrument, learn a new instrument, whatever. They're all forms of therapy. And therapy comes in different formats, whether you're speaking to a therapist, a licensed therapist, a counselor, a psychiatrist, whether you are taking up dance or photography, like I said, music, taking medication, or sometimes a combination of 1, 2, 3, or 4 things. But the biggest thing is that you have to have an outlet. You got to find that outlet, and you have to figure out learn those life coping skills.
Absolutely.
And so you go to a coach. I think everybody needs a therapist.
Oh, a therapist, I really mentor,
do. Or a mentor.
Because mentors can be therapeutic.
Yes.
Just having that person that you can just let it out with.
Yeah.
And
I feel like I'm a therapist sometimes too, as a real estate professional. I'm so serious because I'm helping people make one of the biggest transactions of their life. It could be very stressful. So to be calm and kind of walk them through and get them to the finish line,
I like that. My mother was a hairstylist, and she owned a chain of salons. And my mom always said that hairstylists are therapists.
I believe
because you get in that shampoo bowl and you start letting it out.
Yes. Oh yes.
And barbers.
Yes.
Bartenders.
Yeah. Yes.
All therapeutic.
Yes.
When is the next competition?
The next competition, I will be competing for the amazing title as United States of America's Mrs. in February. So the middle of February is coming up in less than 3 weeks. It's February 16th through the 19th. we'll be competing at the South Point Hotel out here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And
Is that a ticketed event?
it is a ticket event.
And how much are the tickets?
Oh, great question. I don't know. I'm going to be in the. You know what? I just sent some. I sent the links to a few people, but I didn't look at the pricing.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't even look at it.
Because every pageant I've ever been to, I was either behind the stage
Okay.
doing makeup, or I was rooting my daughter on.
Yeah.
So I've never ever purchased a ticket
Yeah.
for a pageant, but for yours I'll do it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then let's see here.
And then you can also watch it if people don't want to go. There's also going to be a way that you can watch it on pageantlive.com, and you can get more information about the pageant. One, you can go to my website, beingtrinamarie.com, and then you can also go to United States of America pageants.com too for information.
Perfect. Well, that's really cool because I wanted to ask you, with all the Trina Marinas, what's next for you?
Oh, continue to really advocate my platform. So I had a podcast that I put on pause for a while, but I'm getting ready to start that back up. It's called Better Homes and Therapy. And it's basically conversations about how to build stronger communities, have better relationships, so better homes. And then obviously a splash of real estate here and there.
Right. I love it.
But yeah, so that, and then I know I have been asked to MC a youth event that's coming up in May.
May is National Foster Care Month.
Oh, there you go, by Rethink Worldwide. So you're welcome, Lee Jackson. So you can go to her website to get more information on that. And gosh, I have a couple more. I've been asked to read at a school for the reading week that's at the end of February and the beginning of March. Yes.
Nevada Reading Week.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'll be working with a young lady in Detroit. She's a therapist, and Brandy and Jay McCrae Style Boutique, where we're going to be doing like some webinars, some workshops, just to kind of get more people feeling comfortable with seeing a therapist. Because, you know, it has that stigma too. Like, I don't want to see a therapist. I don't want people to think I'm crazy. See a therapist. They're like a coach.
They're like a coach.
They're like a coach.
And then you also have your online therapist. Is that you guys doing something like that?
So you can definitely do online telehealth. They use telehealth and do that. And then, so if you are, and if I can just say this too, so I'm the brand ambassador of Solutions of Change, which is a mental health nonprofit organization, and they provide therapy and other forms, alternative forms of therapy, counseling sessions to those who are undocumented, who don't have enough insurance, and who don't have any insurance at all. So you can go to solutionsofchange.org if you are looking to kind of, you don't know where to go. You can go to that website if you're in Nevada and get more information from them. And then again, on my website, I have other resources that you can, just kind of read up on and get information for different things, whether it be autism, because all of that affects us mentally, affects the community mentally.
So how can people reach out to you? Because we've talked about several careers all wrapped up into one here. Yes. So for your real estate, how can they reach you for your real estate?
So for real estate, my website is vegasluxury-homes.com, and I always say luxury isn't a price point, it's an experience. Right? Everyone should be treated fantastically. So, we service and help anyone who is seriously looking to buy or sell their home. So they can go there. My phone number is 702-497-3159. That is my phone number too for my blog, for if you want to reach out to me, if you want me to come speak or teach or educate, whether it be with employers, whether it be with the youth, even women workshops. I don't discriminate. At the end of the day, I just want to help people. I want to help people. I have a passion for our youth for sure, because they are our future.
That's right.
And I do want to do more as far as going to schools and stuff like that and teaching, because every time I go to a school, the teachers are like, wow, your platform is like amazing. It's just the way I work with the youth. We do a community building game, and we just have a conversation about mental health, and that's all it is. It should be literally a conversation at the dinner table.
That's right. That's right. I love it. I love it. So Trina Marie.
Yes. Yes, yes, you said it right. She said Trina Marie, not
I
Tina
shocked
Marie.
myself.
Yes,
Trina,
yes,
you are amazing,
yes,
and it is my honor to be able to sit here and talk to you and chat it up a little bit.
yes,
I'm looking forward to the bigger things that you are going to be doing because all of this is stepping stones to something.
yes,
What? I don't know, but
yes.
everything that you're doing, all these building blocks that you're creating, it's for something. And what it is,
Oh, uh,
the world
yeah.
has to wait and see.
I know, yes. And if I could just end with one last part, this is my favorite quote, and it's by Mark Twain.
Okay.
Okay, he says there's two very important days in your life: the day that you're born and the day that you find out why. And so, if I
like
can
that.
can encourage everyone to really kind of figure out what their why is, and so that way they can start operating it, it makes a huge difference because like what I'm doing, my purpose is bigger than me, is bigger than a sash and crown, but I get to wear it proudly and I get to, it does help me too because it does open up opportunities and doors that is a lot of times more difficult for anybody else to be able to enter. So I wear it proudly. I love to wear my sash and my crown. People do treat you, differently because you are a public figure, right? You're a role model, and I do take it seriously.
So, with that said, before I close up today, so you're the reigning USOA Mrs. Nevada 2022.
Yes.
But they're going to be crowning a new Mrs. Nevada in 2022. So, how does that work?
So it's in November usually is when they have the competition. So I will be crowning my successor, and that person would have the title of United States of America's Mrs. Nevada 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
And so for 2022, she will.
So I work. So basically, I've had this position and title from November 2021 and in probably November 2022.
Oh, so when you
Yes.
recrown the person,
They'll be crowned at the end of the year, and so that's why they'll start to take off
oh
for
my
2023. So
goodness.
that's how it works. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We learned a little bit more about the pageant world today.
Yes. Yes.
Trina Marie,
Yes.
you're awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Latoria.
You've been listening to FamVersations, where we like to have conversations with professionals locally here in Las Vegas and all over the United States. We want you to know that we love you and we support you with everything that we got and anything that I can do to inspire a young person to go after their dreams and to be the success that you know that you can be. You have my attention and I'm going to do whatever I can do. And I keep bringing people like this to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
You can do it.
You can do it. You can do it. I believe.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us today. Foster, adopt, mentor.
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
We've reached the age of live streaming on social media shows. You may ask, we're already ahead of the curve, so why do you need to advertise with us? Well, only 8% of the businesses in the US are using digital advertising to grow their business. That's 2 percentage points short of reaching critical mass, which will lead to faster results. We have 20 plus shows with a reach of over 80,000. We'll give you commercial ads, website link, and connections to nonprofit organizations. So get your brand ready for digital monetization, for we are looking for sponsors, which will bring more traffic to your business and ultimately mean more sales. So let's bring the world to you. Inquire now.
Hi, I'm Mia, a voiceover and marketing student from Whalers Creation. Hey, we have a great show streaming on all social media networks called FamVersations. It's a talk for teens and young adults. We meet with local professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. They share their success stories, challenges, and greatest achievements. Turn us on every Friday at 3 p.m. Foster, adopt, mentor.
This is FamVersation, a talk show for teens and young adults where we get to meet amazing people like my guest today. We talk to professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States to find out about their road to success. Today, I have Jen Phillips. She is a phenomenal educator. Numero uno, numero uno, numero uno. How do you say it? Numero. I can't even say it. She is an amazing teacher. She's with the local schools here, working with elementary schools, and she has created a program to teach kids math. And she calls her program Math a Magician. Jen, thank you so much for joining me. I'm super excited to tell the world about what you do and how you unlock the brains of kids when it comes down to mathematics. Something I needed when I was a kid. I needed you.
Fair
Jen,
enough. Fair enough.
welcome to FamVersations.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, Latoria. It's really wonderful to be here with you guys this afternoon.
Absolutely, yes. So before we get started, the first thing I wanted you to do was to let us know a little bit about your background, your early years.
Okay. So growing up, my dad was in the military. And so a lot of teenagers I'm sure that you encounter have some transiency, been to multiple schools, struggle with making friends, and I'm no different. By the time I graduated high school, I'd been to 12 different schools. And I graduated in the top 10% of my class. And my parents were very important, to provide me with a solid education with K-12. But they made it very clear they were not paying for my college. They made that very clear. But I was the girl who knew I wanted to be a teacher, and I knew I had to go to college to do that. And so doing well in school wasn't an option. I had to be able to pay for my schooling. I had to be able to do that. And so 25 years ago when I graduated high school, they had a program at my my high school that said, do you want to go to college while you're in high school? And I was the only one in my class that did that. Out of 200 kids, I was the only one that did it. And I got 5 college classes while I was a senior, and they counted for both high school and for college. And so I started off, I got myself a nice little head start. Right. And then I continued on through that same college through my undergrad. And at the same time, I got married. I had a daughter. My daughter was born a month before graduation. So families that are looking at, well, I married young. I got married at 19. Kids who are thinking, well, I had a kid. I had one at 22, and I was graduating college. I didn't even have my first real teaching job yet. I just graduated. She was born, and I wasn't even done student teaching. And so when you look at like all these different things, some people, they had this plan. I'm going to go to college, and then I'll get married, and then I'll.
Right.
I didn't do that. And I did go to college and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't have this plan of it going a specific kind of way. And so I think that we need to remember that flexibility is really important when we're growing up and when we're making these changes, because we don't know what our path has for us.
Right.
I never thought I'd be married at 19. I didn't think I'd have a daughter at 22 and still be in college. But I got it done. And I think that the families and children and young adults that you work with, the teenagers and young adults you work with, perseverance is something that they're going to, if they don't already have, they're going to need to learn. Absolutely. And continuing to strive for that. What do you want? What do you need to do to get there? I have 4 teenage children now, young adult teenage children. My youngest is 13, and my oldest she's 22, and she'll be 23 this year. And she's on her path, and my 3 boys, they're on their path, and not the path necessarily that I would choose, but they're choosing their path. And realizing that my path is my way, and I don't have to follow what mom and dad say or do. And I think that that's a really important piece, is that growing up, we kind of get stuck in this spot of, I need to do what my parents say. I need to follow the rules. I need to do these things. And then we end up with resentments or regrets about what we chose to do because it wasn't our path.
Right. Well, I do like the lesson that I'm hearing from you, that we have to be flexible and we have to do what's right for us, because I think that's the main thing that we want kids to know, that, yes, I was one of those planners. I was one of the ones that, wanted to make sure that I had this, and this before I brought this, and this into my life. And, even when you plan things out, it doesn't always necessarily work out the way you want it to work. But, you adapt, because it's this thing called life. Things happen. And you just adapt, move on, keep it going.
Yeah. Very, very true.
So when did you guys come to Vegas? I know you're in Vegas. You're a teacher. You're a local elementary school teacher. When did you come to Vegas?
We came to 2000 in 2000. Mm-hmm. So I've been here for, it'll be 22 years this June that we've been here.
So your daughter was born here?
My daughter was born there.
Okay.
In Ohio. And then my 3 boys were born here. So she was a year and 15 months old, something like that, when we moved here.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. And your college years, it was focusing on math, because you've always enjoyed math. Is that correct?
No, actually, because so I always loved math. I took calculus in high school. I was that kid. Mm-hmm. But I actually was told by a teacher in high school that I had an aptitude for accounting, which is math, right? And I'm like, okay, I'll go be an accountant, because he was like, you don't want to be a teacher. There's a teacher telling a kid, you don't want to be a teacher, 25 years ago. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, you'll make a lot more money in accounting. You're really good at it. Go for it. Mm-hmm. I said, oh, okay. So I did. And I lasted in that program a semester. And I decided this is not for me. I had taken on a job as a receptionist, and I had realized that I met accountants. And no offense to any accountants, and I have some that are friends, but I found them to be boring. And so I'm like, I'm not boring, I'm fun. And I couldn't see myself being an accountant. I just couldn't. I am much too creative. I have much too personality to be sitting at a desk punching numbers into a spreadsheet. Not that I don't enjoy doing that, but I couldn't see that being my profession. And after the first quarter in college, I dropped out of business and moved over to education.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you ended up getting a master's degree in education.
I did after I moved here. What's really kind of cool is that if you are open to opportunities, they show up. And so when I was first here in Las Vegas, I worked at Bridger Middle School, and I had no desire to get a master's degree. It was not on my radar. Like, no, I don't want it. And then there was a program that said, if you do this thing working at this school, you can get it for free.
Oh.
So, okay, a free master's program. That sounds like a plan to me, right? During that time, I also got my national board certification for free. They paid for it. And so I was able to learn a lot of really good things and build my repertoire, and I didn't have to spend any extra money doing it. I even got a scholarship for 2 years while I was in my master's program from a local credit union to help pay for additional whatever during that time.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now, you mentioned earlier in your early years when you were in high school that your school offered you a dual high school diploma. I didn't even hear about those until, like, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. I had no idea they were around that long.
Yeah.
Not calling you old, but you just said you have a 22-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've been in Clark County for 22 years. And I don't know when they started the program. I don't think it was there when I started 22 years ago. They started it, maybe it was 15, but it wasn't, I don't think it was. And if it was very, very small. Mm-hmm. And now it's commonplace. Like, if you keep your grades up, you apply, you can go to Nevada State College or CSN. Mm-hmm. I think there's even a third option that you can go and here's the cool part is kids now that graduate, they can get an associate's degree and a high school diploma at the same time.
Exactly.
Exactly. I think that's just really smart. The other thing is that our systems here in Clark County with the magnet programs and some of the other things that we have in place, like, kids can leave with a skill. So my second child, my oldest son, he went to a magnet program here in Las Vegas for culinary.
Oh.
He got a job working in culinary while he was still in high school, working at a restaurant. But he works at a local Italian restaurant right now. He's working from one station to the other, learning them all, and moving his way up to hopefully one day be a sous chef. And he just loves what he does. But he got all that by going to school. He didn't go to, Cordon Bleu. He didn't do that. He went to a Clark County school, got skills, loves what he does. And
I love that. I love that. I know that schools here in Vegas are big on those soft skills teaching because I taught culinary arts at a school here, at a school locally in Vegas also. And, we had so many kids that wanted to sign up for my it was an after school program, but we had so many kids that signed up to do the cooking classes because, kids are really interested in cooking.
Well,
One of my board chairs before I moved here is a restaurateur. He opens up restaurants all over the place, and he started as a busboy, and then really got bit by the bug and went to Europe and studied and got his training in Europe. I know, isn't that crazy?
That's wild.
And now he's a self-made, a successful person. And started as a busboy in the restaurant business, in the food business. So, yeah, kudos to your son.
It's really very cool, and it's funny because I'm looking at my youngest, and he's in a magnet program, and who knows where he's going to get into from high school. We're still waiting to hear about that, and he's only 13, so there's time, right?
There's time.
There's lots of time. There's lots of time. But when you talk to him, it's like, okay, what do you want? And he doesn't know. And I think that a lot of times we, as adults, we ask kids, teenagers, young adults, and we're like, so what do you want to do? And they're like, I don't know. And to not know is okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
I tried to give my children an opportunity to try things out. So Scouts was something that was a thing for me growing up. I was a Girl Scout. My brother was a Boy Scout. And so my kids have all spent some time in scouting to have some skills in some other areas, have some additional friends outside of the school setting, and learn some new and different things. And so I think that's important. But if a child, for instance, my daughter, she was interested in animals. And so we explored it. It's like, well, would you want to work at a veterinary clinic? Would you want to work at an animal shelter? You love animals. What can we do to check and see? And so she was like, But her degree at her high school, the program she chose, not degree, but the program she chose was education, because I'm a teacher. And she thought maybe she'd want to be a teacher. And I think what was really smart, this was the smartest thing my daughter, I think, has ever done. She went to this program, gave it her all, took some college courses, worked at an internship, had a daycare. She'd worked with kids and decided it's not for her.
Good for her.
And I think that kids need to be allowed that exploration, because if they don't recognize that I don't like it and be willing to cut the cord and move on, they end up regretting the decisions they make because, well, I went to school for that, so I have to stick with it.
And be miserable on the job, like a lot of people are. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about some of your greatest accomplishments, some of your greatest achievements.
I would say a couple of them would be, my 4 kids. And then
Definitely.
I have
hands down,
right? And so my national board certification, it's a very strenuous process. And when I went through that, they actually make you videotape yourself and then watch it and critique yourself to see how you did and what you did. That was probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do, is analyze me and look at my teaching, but it made me such a better teacher.
I bet you're fun in the classroom.
I am a lot of fun in the classroom.
It seems like you would bring a lot of energy.
Yeah. I have a lot of fun with the kids in the classroom. And that part is really cool. Making connections for them and everything. Another achievement I would say is I made a decision a couple years ago, about 7 years ago. I wanted to try financial services because, that accounting thing in my background, that kind of always lingered. And so I tried financial services, and I got my securities license. I got my life insurance license. I got my brokerage license. Like, I got all these things. That was one of the hardest things to do, was studying for something that didn't come to me naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And school was something that came to me very easily. And I think a lot of times kids, that if it doesn't come to you easily, they give up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think school K-12 came to me easily. College came to me easily. My master's degree program was easy. Like, overall, that was easy.
Mm-hmm.
But taking these certifications, the federal government certification courses and tests that they do for licensure, that was hard.
Okay.
That was hard. But I did it. I failed the first time I took it. I did it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that thing. I think I failed 2 or 3 of them the first time. Then I passed the second, but I didn't give up. I tried again.
That's wow. That's like, I should have heard that from you a couple of years ago when I went for my real estate license. I went to school, got my real estate, and did not, because I missed my real estate license by a point. I was buying a lot of real estate, and I was like, I got to learn how to do this so I can just cut the middleman out. And literally did not go back because I was like, I'm done with that.
That's what happened to me on my broker's license. I missed it by 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
My girlfriend of mine, she tested the same day. She passed. I missed it by 1 point, and I was devastated.
Did you go back?
I did. I went back and I got it.
Nice. So
Yeah.
you were broke. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I'm not anymore. I'm not
Okay.
anymore. So I have made a shift. I've made a decision. I'm like, and this is, I think this is another point, is that when things don't feel right,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay to make a shift. So
Mm-hmm.
I shifted out of teaching with financial services 5-6 years ago now. Can't even remember. And left teaching for 2 years.
Okay.
I said, you know what? I am burnt out. I had been teaching for 17 years. I'm like, and I'm out. I can't do it anymore. I had that year, I had 37 fifth graders in my classroom, and they were, some of them were really hard. And it was like, okay, if I don't take care of me, I am not going to be good to anybody. And that's not good for my kids. That's not good for the students. It's not good for me. And so I made a decision to go full force into my financial services business. And I did. I went whole hog and went all in, but I wasn't successful. And I actually, during that time, I had just gotten divorced a year or 2 prior. My ex-husband and I had gone bankrupt years before. And so I felt like this fraud in financial services when I'd gone bankrupt. I'd had a foreclosure. I had a short sale, and I had a divorce. So I was like, all these big financial things. But I did. I went for it. I had over, when I left financial services, I had over $2 million in assets under management, and I had a very nice small group of clients that I was working with, and I loved working with them when that was my thing. But I realized I didn't really want to do that anymore, and I made a decision to go back to the classroom and kind of eat crow to go back to the exact same building I had left. And it was like, I said I was never going to go back to teaching. I got rid of all of my stuff, and then I came back.
Wow.
And so that was a very humbling experience, because when I left, I was a completely different person when I came back. I don't know if you've ever met anybody who's going through a divorce. They're pretty miserable.
Yeah.
And they're going through a pretty rough time. And I was a pretty miserable person at that time. And I made a lot of shifts. I don't know if you saw it, but Bob Proctor, he passed today. And I actually did his Thinking into Results program during that time I was not working as a teacher. And that really helped me to see, who am I? What do I want? Where do I want to go? Who do I want to be? And really dive into me. I was able through that program to look myself in the eyes. And I don't know who's watching this right now, but if you've never done this, go stand in the mirror in the bathroom and look at yourself in the eyes. Don't just look at your mouth or your earrings. Like, look at yourself in the eyes And if you've never done that, you're gonna have a hard time. And I would cry, because it's like, oh my gosh, I'm actually seeing me. I was a person that averted the mirror when I would go wash my hands in the restroom.
Wow.
I did not want to see me. I didn't want anybody to see me.
Because you were so broken? Because like why did you not want to see yourself in the mirror?
I did. I think I felt so broken. I felt so rejected with the way that my marriage had ended. And I'm like, how am I ever going to recover?
Mm-hmm.
I've got 4 kids I've got to take care of. What am I going to do? And I struggle with that. And I know that teenagers struggle with self-image. It's part of the years. It's part of teenagerhood. But if you don't learn how to look at yourself in the mirror, sooner than later, you're going to be like me. You'll be 40 and can't look at yourself in the mirror.
Do not tell me you cannot look at yourself in the mirror now.
No, I love looking at myself in the mirror now. So now I look at something like, oh my God, I love your hair. Like, oh, I didn't do my makeup today, but when I do my makeup, I love that. I love my earrings. I've been self-conscious of my teeth. I had braces when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And teenagers, if you've got braces, make sure you wear that retainer, because they never told me it was lifelong. So the teeth that I was moving in my braces shifted back, and so that bothers me now.
Mm-hmm.
And so my smile isn't something that I particularly enjoy. But my fiance does, so that's okay, But it's being able to look myself in the eye today. Now I actually look at myself in the mirror and check, okay, do I look okay? Is there something in my teeth? And doing that and making sure I look good and I feel good. And that's something that I didn't do early on. I didn't do it all early.
So you kind of like combined a couple of questions that I had in mind for you. And, you talked about your pitfalls. You talked a little bit about your successes. But are there times in your professional career that you found yourself at a crossroad when you just didn't know what to do? And then that's my question, but I want to come back to your comment when you said look yourself in the eye, in the mirror. And I wanted to piggyback on that and say to kids that even when you're hurting, look yourself in the eye. And because I do like that, because when you were hurting, you could not look yourself in the eye. And I wanted to come back to, like, even when you are at your worst, still know that you're loved, and that this too shall pass, and that no matter what you're going through, if you can just make it to the next day, it's going to be okay. And the pain does lessen day by day by day.
It does. And for me, I have a new coach that I work with. Dr. Alok Trivedi is my new coach. I've been working with him for 3 years. And when you finally realize that you have the potential for greatness, and you've got a coach that will help you along that path, you stick with them. And so I've been working with him for 3 years now, and he has helped me see that my most important relationship is the one with me.
Yeah.
And that was never, ever brought to my attention growing up. Your parents, your kids, your teacher, your friends was never taught. If it was, I wasn't listening. Mm-hmm. Okay, so mom and dad, just in case you watch this and you're,
shout out to mom and dad.
I never felt my relationship with me was the most important thing. And I think that sometimes in society, we are taught that we are selfish when we make this relationship important. We spend time on ourselves, go get our nails done, go work out, eat the right foods, all these different things. Like, my relationship with me is the most important one. And if I don't feel good in my skin, and I can't look myself in the eye, and I can't love me, then what am I giving back to anybody else?
Right. Yeah, it's almost impossible to love somebody else when you can't love yourself, and that's the broken side of a lot of relationships, that a person is broken inside, and they're trying to love, but they really don't know how to love because they don't love themselves. And so that's enough of the psychiatry side of that conversation, but
yes.
but it's real.
Yeah. So, okay. So back to my crossroads. So I've only been at 3 schools in Clark County.
Mhm.
I've only worked at 3. If you talk to any teacher that's been in the Clark County, typically it's 3 years. They stay for 3 years and then they move. It's usually they typically they don't stick around in a school. My first school was 6 years, my second school was 7 years, and my third school I'm now at 7 years. I had 3 before I left,
Oh, wow, nice.
and now I'm at 4. And I don't see me leaving until my math magician takes off. And so that's really where I'm at. I get to do what I love here. When I talked earlier about opportunities, when I was at Bridger, I got to be a part of the magnet school when it got launched,
Mhm.
and we were a NASA Explorer school. So I got to spend time at NASA. I got to go to 3 research centers. I got some fantastic education from those programs with the NASA Explorer School program. And I learned a ton about how to teach and integrate and just all the cool stuff that NASA does. Like, I am a total NASA geek and I love that stuff. I have a flight suit and everything. Oh, I should have worn that for this interview. I love my flight suit. I wear it for Halloween every year. Sometimes I wear it the first day of school. But that's what I wear to school for dress up days is my flight suit. And I love that. And the stars have always fascinated me. I'm scared to death of roller coasters, so there's no way I'm going in a shuttle. But like I think that what's done there and what is out there is just so amazing. But if I would have kept my blinders on, I would have never been open to that opportunity.
Right.
I would have let it go. And I think that's what we have to look at is that whatever we're presented with, that opportunity, should we do it? And why? And who's saying no? And who's saying yes? And why are they saying no, or why are they saying yes? And if I'm saying no, is it because it's down here in my belly where fear lives? Or is it in my heart or in my head? And if I don't know where, and this is something I'm still learning at 45 years old, to listen to my body tell me what's going on, because if it's down here in my gut, that's fear. That's fear. And that's not going to help me move forward.
Wow. I love the way you think. I just wanted to remind everybody that you are listening to FamVersations, a conversation with professionals in the community who are talking about their pitfalls, their struggles, and their road to success. Foster, adopt, mentor. FamVersations, having conversations to help mentor young people virtually, talking about professional career movement. And so with that said, I want to segue into the phenomenal genius you are with this new program that you've created. I'm so super excited to tell everybody what you do. And I hope you can give us some examples and show us some things that you have. She is the creator of a math program for, I'm thinking elementary school kids, but does it apply to all kids?
Well, actually, it's a program for parents.
It's a program for parents.
Yes.
So please introduce us to Math a Magician.
So the Math a Magician was birthed about a year ago after another fledgling company, which I have. We're realizing as teachers that parents need to be a part of their kids' education. And COVID has made that abundantly clear that parents have been left out. I don't know what your familiarity is with the Common Core standards. Excuse me, but for a lot of families, they don't like them. They don't understand them, and they just think that they're awful. And it's because it's teaching in a new way, and it's different than what we were taught growing up, and which is totally true. And I learned differently than my parents, and my kids learn differently than me, and I'm teaching this Common Core stuff, which is different. But I think, I'm going to go political here for a second. I think that the Common Core was built maybe not with this as a premise, but it happened. And it pushed parents and families away from the schools. And so my friend and I, we started a company 2 years ago, and during COVID, and go, parents need help. How are they going to help their kids when they don't understand what's being taught? How do they support the learning at home when they don't understand why we're teaching 15 ways to add double-digit numbers? Like, how can they help? They just want to teach, line them up and regroup, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we were like, we've got to help these parents. And so that company kind of floundered. And then I'm like, no, I need to do this. I really need to do this. And so the Math Magician is around because I know that parents need help, and parents don't want to always send their kids to tutors, and parents don't want to send them somebody else. They want that connection with their kids. They want to have them be the person that their kids go to in their life when it comes to things that are hard. But if parents don't know what to do, they don't know what to do. And so what I do is I teach parents with household items around your home. I've got egg cartons and water bottle caps and dice and cards and all different kinds of things to help kids learn. And really, I focus on the foundational skills, because if you don't have that, algebra is going to be a nightmare. And when you get to middle school and high school. And so I really do focus on kids that are younger. And my specialty is in kids that aren't even in school yet. Like, how do we create that foundation before they even enter school? And so like I've got a couple clients right now where they have 5-year-olds. And then they're also potentially looking at homeschooling. And so looking at those families that want to take control of their child's education and make it fun and bring the life back into their child. And I don't know. I know you have a son. Do you have more children or just him? I don't know.
We have 7 kids.
Holy cow, I had no idea. Oh my gosh. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Did you homeschool? You homeschooled your kids?
I homeschool my youngest son, yes.
Okay. Your older kids then? They went
No, it's regular education.
Okay.
Public school education.
Did you ever, in any of the 6 of them, see the light in their eyes go out in regards to school and learning?
No. I can't say that I have, but I can say that I saw frustration when it came to certain subjects.
Okay.
Especially for my son with math, because he's always believed that he could not do math. But and I have paid tutors after tutors after tutors. I'm telling you, but he's always had a phobia for math, because I have a phobia for math. And I wish that I knew you 20 years ago when he was he's 19. He'll be 20 this year. But I wish I knew you when I needed him during those formative years when he was learning math at home with me, because I don't know if I really did it right, if I got it right, but I did what I knew. And actually, when he was homeschooled, he did really well. He did really well as a homeschool student. He was always an honor student. And the homeschool that we were a part of, we had to take all of his work and send it off to the school so it could be graded and evaluated, and then they grade his papers. And so he was an official honor roll student through the system that we went through. And the system that we went through is what ambassadors use all over the United States. And so that's the one that we purchased.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, that's really amazing, because I've watched my children have the light be taken out of them, and they hate school and they hate learning. Wow. All 4 of them. And I'm a teacher, and I love to read and I love to learn, and that's what I do. And they don't. And they think that learning is school, and if it's learning, it's school, and they don't want it. And that's, to me, is just the saddest thing ever. And
exactly.
And for me, I know that parents have what you described, that math phobia. And they're like, well, I don't know how to do algebra. I don't know how to do geometry. I don't know how do I do that? And so I really that's what I want to do, is I want to help those parents. And so when I look at, kids that are becoming parents, what do you do? How do you create thinkers? How do you create lifelong loving learners?
Right.
How do you create that? And so for me, it all goes back to something I learned with my coach. And what are your values? What's important to you? And what I've learned is that what's important to me is not what's important to my kid. And so my son, he's 13, and he loves football and scootering and anything else that you mentioned for 5 minutes. He loves that too. And he doesn't, then he's done with it. But I'm not a fly. I'm not that short tempered or time attention span. Like, I'm much more long term thinker, and I'm like, okay, you want to play football? Great, let's get your grades up so you can play football and this and that. Well, he doesn't care enough to do his grades. Doesn't care enough to do his school. It's like, okay, well then you're not gonna do it. Like, you're not gonna be playing football.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what got my son to flourish in school when he was in public school. Is that he's an athlete. He is a stone cold athlete. And if you want to be an athlete, well, I need athlete grades. And he was on the honor roll because he knew that in order to do this, I had to do that.
Exactly. And I think there's a lot of times that I teach a reading group right now, 5th graders, and over half of them think they're going to go to college, which I think that's the other misnomer, is that everybody's got to go to college. I don't think everybody should. I don't think everybody wants to. And I think that people need to be okay with having a skill, like my son who went to culinary. Like, it doesn't have to be college. It's not meant for everybody. And that's okay. And that's okay. Why? And I don't know who's listening to this, but if there's parents that are listening to this that don't like it, don't, just whatever. For me, I think it's a waste of money to go to college if you don't need a degree to do what you want to do. I personally, I am not a person that says college for everybody and college for the sake of college. I'm not. My second son, he's going to graduate this year. He does want to go to college. He says he wants to be a history teacher. Okay, well, we'll see if that happens.
Oh, wow.
I have no idea.
Who teaches in the house?
Yeah, that'd be really cool. But he's also enrolled into the ROTC, not the ROTC. He's an ROTC in high school. He's enrolled in reservists with the Army. So I don't know what that means
for his education.
And that's going to pay for education. But if he chooses not to go, he's got another path. He's got more than one way. And he can save that education credit for when he wants it. He doesn't have to use it right now when he's like, maybe I want a break. I wanted a break from college. That's the other thing, is when I was younger and I was newly married, I didn't want to go to college anymore. I was done. I was burned out. And in my first quarter, I got 2 C's and a D. I had 18 credits. I dropped down to 9 just to stay full time. And I got 2 C's and a D. And I lost my scholarship because I didn't care anymore. I was tired. And I think that we have to listen to ourselves. Like, maybe if I would have taken a quarter off, maybe I wouldn't have done that and lost my scholarship. And I don't know, maybe, I don't know. But I think that when we are tired, we need to be okay with taking a respite and coming back. I took my 2 years off of teaching. And what did I do? I came back. And I have been renewed and rejuvenated with that decision. And so when I look at my crossroads, I've had opportunities to go to schools and switch positions, and I've taken them. When I left Bridger, I had my master's degree, and I wanted to have more of a leadership role in the school. But I recognized that the higher ups, the administration, they didn't want me in that role. And I would be stuck as a teacher for the rest of my career at that building. So I moved on. I learned a ton of things at the next school. I have a master's degree in technology education, instructional technology, and I got to be a technology coordinator. I got to do all kinds of things at this school, and it was wonderful. Learned so much. But then I don't know if you've ever heard of these, Latoria. They're called budget cuts. And so these extra positions.
Okay.
I got put back in the classroom. I still did all of my other duties that I did prior to without having a full load. And I taught 5 classes. And I was like, and I can't stay here. And I went to elementary, and I'm so thankful for the principal I have now, because that's who hired me. She took a chance on me. I had not taught elementary. I'd been middle school the whole time, and I'd been out of the classroom for 7 years. And she took a shot, and she's like, all right, let's give you a chance. You've got good management. We can teach you the rest. And so she did. She took a shot at me, and the rest is history, because she let me come back after leaving for 2 years.
So what I keep hearing you say repeatedly over and over and over is that it's okay to make a mistake, regroup, recharge, re-energize and come back and do what may not even thought about doing before, but it's okay to come back to pick the pieces back up and keep going. So I love your underhidden message that you keep sharing today, because that's a really important message. That's a really important lesson that we want to share with young people, that it's okay to not be okay with something and redirect or find something that you really are okay with, because that's how you find where you fit.
Yeah, and I think that I've judged myself and my values thinking they're supposed to be one way, and I've learned that they're not, they're another. And I realized that when I was younger, I had an entrepreneurial spirit. Like, I'm the girl who made a carnival in my backyard and invited the neighborhood kids. And there's kids like that. You know, there's kids that made the lemonade stand, that mowed lawns and did things like that and made their own pocket money, babysat. And then we give up on this idea that we could be in charge and go settle for a job from somebody else. And today, I have had numerous home-based businesses over the last 25 years. I have had numerous other, just different kinds of businesses. I've been in Pampered Chef. I signed up 3 times, by the way. So like, try once and it wasn't the right time. Again, love Pampered Chef. I was very successful in that organization. I left it because I was getting divorced and I couldn't handle it. And I did Amway for a while back in the late 99, 80, late 90s. I was not successful there. I worked in finance, was not successful there. Was successful with my clients that I had acquired, but I was not successful in going out there and like trying to push people into something or try to convince somebody for something. I'm not interested in that. If I have to convince you need what I have, you're not my client. You're not my client. And I'm okay. And I'm okay with that. I don't need to convince somebody that. What I do for families with math, if you want to tutor, I'm not your girl. If you don't want to help your kid and learn how to do that with stuff around your house and in your kids' values, I'm not your girl. And I'm okay with that.
And so what you're saying, that you showed us quite a few little gadgets that you have in your display there. Are you able to give us like an example of like some of the tools that you have in front of you?
Yes. So my favorite thing, is, okay. So you know how kids will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Just like we did with Sesame Street, right? But do they really know what this means? Do they know what 8 means? We say 8, but do they know what it means? And for the most of the time, my answer from kids is they don't know, not until they do. So like this is 8. So Latoria, we're going to play a game. When you see this, what do you see and how do you see it?
I see 8 spades.
How do you see them?
That's how I see it.
How do you see them? I see them a couple different ways. Okay,
crisscross.
Crisscross, like what do you mean? Like, do you see groups?
So I see 8s going. Well, I know that it's 8 because they're going that way, up and down, around and around.
Let me show you what I show parents.
Okay,
I see
show me.
And a 3. So I see 2 groups, right? And I see 2 in the middle, right? So when we're talking with kids, how do you see things? Some kids are going to see 2, 2, 2, and a 2. 4 groups of 2. Other kids will see 4 and 4. Some kids will see the 3, 3, and a 2. So it's how do you see it? Right?
Interesting. Okay.
When we talk about counting, if kids can't go 1, 2, 3 and know that this is 3, 4, 5, 6 and know that this is 6, like how many is it? Just because they can say 6, do they know that 3 and 3, do they know that this is 6? Do they really know that? Or are they just saying 6?
Right.
So there's like 7. There's a whole bunch of games I like to play with this. So the first one is just
okay. So now I see 3 and 5.
There you go. Yeah, 3, and then yeah. Right there, kids can work on basic facts. This skill, by the way, is called subatizing, when we can see the quantity and we can attach it to a numeral. When we know that's 8, that's called subatizing. And that is the most basic skill that kids need when it comes to numeracy. And this, so I teach families how to play a bunch of games with this. Okay. One of them is just flash the cards and how many. Okay. But then what if they could do +1, -1, and do it? Flash it +1, flash it +2. They could do double it. Doubles +1, doubles +2, doubles -1, doubles -2. How far away from 10? How far away from 20? How far away from 5? All different kinds of games we can play. Then we can get into multiplication if we wanted to, or we could use more than one card. But I like to cut the numbers off of the corners because kids see the regular this, they see this, and they go, oh, that's 7. They don't even think about how many it is.
Right.
They just look at the number. And I think that we lose a lot of power in what the brain can do when we do this. And all we do is teach the kids how to read a number.
Wow. That is good. That is really good. I like that. Boy, could I use you once upon a time.
And so
wow.
another thing that I like to do, so like families that have little kids. So like I collected up all these water bottle caps. Okay. One thing you can do is teach your kids bigger and smaller, greater and less than. And they can see like, well, this is bigger. Well, how come? Because I can put it inside. I can stack them. And let them play. I think that we have lost play with our kids. And what does play mean to them when they learn? That's a huge thing for kids. And then the last thing that I love, this is another one of my favorites, is, a simple egg carton. Now this is 10. I cut off, and I cut this from a 30, and this is a 10. And the reason this is my favorite thing to do with these is that kids have to touch. And touch is the first way that kids learn. That's how they learn about everything in the beginning. And so like here we can see 5. Well, I can also make another 5. Make me another 5. Well, there's another 5. Well, make me another 5. Well, there's another 5. Getting kids to see numbers in multiple ways. Again, no numerals are in place. I'm not showing them a number 5. I'm asking them to show me. And when we teach kids, show me 1. Okay, well, show me another 1. And show me another 1. Just getting them to see 1 is 1 is 1 is 1 is 1. Because if I show them 3, do they know it's 3?
Right.
And most of the time they don't, until they do. And so it's, what are we doing to build these foundational skills? And then we get mad when they don't know their math facts because they don't have this. When kids cannot create pictures in their head, they can't do the math. And so kids that are listening, parents and kids are listening to me right now. If you're a teenager that still doesn't know your math facts, go get one of these. Don't tell anybody. Just go get one. Go get some water bottle caps and start playing with numbers. Start playing with amounts. Make yourself a deck of cards and practice this. Well, how much is this? Well, okay, so this is, it's 8. Okay, 8 plus 1. 8 plus 1 is 9. Well, 8 minus 1 is 7. Play with the numbers. Make it fun.
Well, I'm going to have to say, yes, you've made it fun for me today. And I want people to know how they can get in touch with you. So give us your information as to what is the best way to reach you.
Okay, so I have a Facebook group called The Mathemagician, and you can find it on Facebook. Just search for The Mathemagician. I also have a Facebook page, Jen Phillips LV. I have been a major networker here in town for 22 years. I connect people all the time. That's probably the easiest way to find me instead of trying to find me any other way. Jen at jenphillipslv.com, or go to my Facebook page and go to Jen Phillips LV. And LV for Las Vegas. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And you have been listening to FamVersation with Jen Phillips from Math a Magician. And she is a mathematician when it comes down to teaching kids math. Because look at what we learned in just this 2-3 seconds. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to staying in touch with you and continuing this mathematician travel road that we're traveling.
Yes. Thank you so very much, Latoria, for having me here today.
You're quite welcome. This has been FamVersation, a conversation that we have with local professionals that we want to introduce kids to about mentoring careers in various careers, various jobs she's a self-made entrepreneur. So she's starting this business on her own, and you can too. Anyone that wants to know more about starting a business, working with something that you're passionate about, reach out to Jen, reach out to us, and let us know that you like what you hear and what we're trying to accomplish. So I love bringing our visual mentors in to introduce and work with our kids. So again, this has been FamVersations, and thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you next Friday.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together and let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
Hi, I'm Mia, a voiceover and marketing student from Whalers Creation. Hey, we have a great show streaming on all social media networks called FamVersations. It's a talk for teens and young adults. We meet with local professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. They share their success stories, challenges, and greatest achievements. Turn us on every Friday at 3 p.m. Foster, adopt, mentor.
You have joined us with FamVersations. We are a talk show that meets with professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. Today, I'm excited because I have Nick Della Penna joining us today. And he is one of the founding partners for the Great Greek Mediterranean Restaurants. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, but we're going to get to know a little bit more about this amazing father, husband, wife, and businessman. So sit back and enjoy. Nick, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm super excited for people to get to know you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited about today.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I want to start our conversation off with you telling us a little bit about your early years.
In business?
Well, no, personally.
Oh, okay. Personally, so I was born in Massachusetts to what I thought was a normal family. I had two parents at home, a mother and a father, and I had two brothers and a sister, and I was raised what I felt like was a normal childhood, what I knew as a normal childhood. Played sports with my brothers, played catch in the front yard with dad. It was a great childhood. We lived in a small town. Everyone knew everyone. And I had what I thought to be was just a normal, great childhood.
Mm-hmm. And so after childhood?
Yeah, we moved to Houston, Texas from Massachusetts, and that's where I started high school. I went on to do college in Texas as well. And then I got out into the workforce. Mm-hmm. I was eager to get working. I was eager to start my career. I didn't quite know what my career was going to be. Mm-hmm. It took a couple different turns and twists. but I got into the workforce in Houston, and I was focused on my career. I wasn't too concerned about starting a family too early. That just wasn't my focus at the time. I wanted to focus on building a career, and that's what I did.
So what was your first job?
So my first job out of college, I was selling medical supplies, which I didn't enjoy. It was helping my father do his business. I wasn't good at it, and I quickly found out that sales really wasn't for me. Then I went to school for finance, and I thought I wanted to take over Wall Street and be a financial tycoon, right? I went to Wall Street for a week. I visited my brother who was working on Wall Street, and I came running back to Houston with my tail between my legs because it wasn't for me. At least New York wasn't for me. But I thought I could still do the stockbroker thing in Houston. So I got hired as a stockbroker, got all my licenses. I went to work for a firm that wasn't a big firm, and I came back to the Houston office after training, and they closed the Houston office a week into my stockbroker career. So then I was going to move to Chicago with the same firm, but I needed to make some money first. So I fell back into bartending, which is what I did all through college to put myself through college. So I was going to start bartending in Houston, make some money, and then move to Chicago. That was the plan. Just before I was supposed to move to Chicago, they offered me a management position in this place where I was working, and that's when food and beverage and hospitality, my career started.
Wow, I love that. And here we are today. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that in the later part of our conversation. But you mentioned a little bit about going to college. Like, what did you go to school for?
So again, I wanted, it was business. I was, finance. I didn't know if I was going to be more the stock market, real estate. There was a couple different avenues to go through with the finance degree. And I really was always interested in the market and investing and things like that. So that's something that I really thought I wanted to do. As things turned, finance is always something that you can use in any business. As I got into business and food and beverage and hospitality and knowing numbers and how to work with numbers. So I don't want to say that college was a waste, but I used everything I did in college in what I did today. It just didn't turn out to be my career in the financial industry.
And not only that, a lot of times when young people are looking at going to college, first of all, college is not for everybody, and we do recognize that, and we do want to, encourage young people to go to school, go to college if that's something you want to do, but not every career requires a college degree. Like, we're going to talk again a little bit more about how you got into being a partner for your restaurants, which I'm super excited to know a little bit more about.
Right.
But in the interim of you starting out in the restaurant business, like, what was your first job?
Again, it was bartending. I'm a third generation restaurateur with my father and grandfather. And again, it was right out of high school when I was in Texas, and my dad said, "Let me teach you how to bartend." And I didn't know why he wanted to teach me. I didn't think it would ever serve me any good. But he said, "It's just a trade. You never know, you might have to fall back on." So I said, well, being that I want to listen to my father, and he's always had some great advice for me, I said, okay, I'll learn how to bartend. Didn't have a great desire to learn how to do it, but he taught me, and thank heavens he did, because...
And third generation, I didn't know that. That was in your blood.
It is. It's in the family blood, and that's what my family's done. But again, I always had my eye on more of a finance thing. But yeah, I mean, when I went back to school, I had to find a job to put myself through college. I didn't have scholarships. My parents didn't have the funds to put me through school. So I got a job bartending, and for 3.5 years, that's what I did to get myself. If I didn't know how to bartend, I certainly would have not have finished college. There's no question.
That is amazing. And one of the things that, we were told that Las Vegas doesn't have like a really high high school graduation rate. We're towards the bottom for all states in the all 50 states, which is not something to brag about, but it's a fact. And we're told that bartenders in Las Vegas can make $80,000 a year bartending. Would you agree with that, or do you think that's people just like stretching it a little bit?
Oh, that's conservative in some places. I mean, I know some bartenders that are well into the six figures. Food servers in some of these finer dining restaurants that are amazing at what they do, well into the six figures.
Wow.
No, I mean, if you're, look, whatever you do as a profession, if you're passionate about it and you choose the right field, I don't want to say it's limitless, but you can be well into six figures as a bartender, as a food server. Especially in Las Vegas, where where we're fortunate, to have the industry that we have. But it's 80,000 is very conservative.
Wow. Well, you heard it from a very reliable source. Not trying to encourage you to do that, but it is real. I always wondered if that was a true statement or if people were just exaggerating. So
No, I mean, again, especially if you're working in the casinos where it's union scale, so your hourly wage is $15, $18 an hour. I'm not sure where it is now.
really, for bartenders?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Wow.
That's a trained, skilled profession, and so they're making $15 to $18 an hour as it is on top of the tips that they make. It's a very lucrative position.
Wow, very good. And so tell me a little bit about some of the things on a personal note that you're passionate about.
So personally, I've always, when I was in Houston, like I said, starting a family for me early wasn't what I wanted to do. So, but I always wanted to be a little more involved with the youth. So I did volunteer at Big Brothers and Sisters. That was my first foray into mentoring. And I did that for a year in Houston, had an amazing little brother, had a great time. Then I moved to Las Vegas. And I immediately got back into the program because I had such a great experience when I was in Houston.
Awesome.
And got a little brother and had him for about 7 years here in Las Vegas.
Wow.
And just formed a great bond and a great relationship. And it really, at first when you're trying to connect with a 7-year-old, as a 30-year-old trying to connect with a 7-year-old, never been a father, not around a lot of kids, it was a little bit of a chore to understand what he expected from our relationship, what I was supposed to do, what he understood from from the conversation perspective. So, but it became really a passion, after a couple years. Then I really looked, not that I never didn't look forward to it, but it was always a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling. What are we going to do today? What are we going to talk about? And then later on, when I got to know him much better, I really looked forward to our meetings and spending those 3-4 hours a week with him. And then the conversations got a little deeper and got more mentoring kind of stuff and not just surface level conversations. So that was always I always wanted to try to give back in some way, whatever way I could. I back then I wasn't making a lot of money, so monetary donations weren't kind of what I could do, but I had time. And, without having to sacrifice time for my family, being single, I could spend it with a little brother and try to help him out. So it was a real passion of mine for several years. And it was kind of selfish because I enjoyed it, I think, more than he did. After we had our meetings, I really just enjoyed our time.
Wow, I love that. I especially love people who give back that way because, there's an article that we have coming out in our magazine for the next issue coming up, and it talks about that very thing, how just giving a little bit of your time can literally change the trajectory, can change the life scope of a young person. And that's really what we're trying to do here. By bringing in these professionals to talk to our young people, we're really just trying to give you some insights that everybody has their own humble beginnings to that road to success. And we want to hear. We want to hear. What did it take for you to become successful? What did it take for Nick to have that desire, that passion? Now he was born into the restaurant business, and just happened to walk around it for a while before he stumbled back into the restaurant business. So let's talk a little bit about that. Like,
Okay.
The great Greek.
Right.
Like, how did you stumble into that position? And are there any opportunities or circumstances that you can talk about where it was a struggle at first, but you still overcame those struggles?
Well, yeah. I mean, once I realized that hospitality and food and beverage was going to be my career, which again, I think a lot of times our careers choose us and we don't choose our careers. And I think in this perspective,
Wow.
no, I mean, I think that the hospitality business chose me. I didn't necessarily choose it because I was taught how to bartend by my father, who said it was a skill you might need later, and it proved, but it was a means to an end. I was going to get out and take over Wall Street. Well, that didn't happen, and I fell back into it. And it chose me. Now, I had passion for it. I didn't know it at the time, but I had passion for it. But again, a lot of times our careers choose us, and we don't choose our careers. And I think this career chose me. I'm thankful that I had passion for it, and I was able to get it to where I am today. And for 30 years or so, I worked for someone else. I was in the casinos. I had the insurance and the 401k program, and everything was safe and no risk. When at 50 years old, my next door neighbor knocked on my door and said, "You want to buy a restaurant?" And
What?
yeah, and my answer was no. I'm working at MGM. I was literally starting my job the next day, which I thought was going to be my last job ever, the vice president of food and beverage at the Excalibur Hotel for MGM Resorts.
Wow.
And I'm 50 years old, and I don't need to take a risk and go out there. After about 8 months, it just wasn't the culture for me. And I decided at this time, now I'm married with 2 children, I had to take a calculated risk. And my wife was very supportive. And we found this restaurant called the Great Greek. And it was a risk, but my partner was in real estate, knew nothing about restaurants. But after looking at it, I knew it was a solid business, that something that we could potentially grow to a couple units in Las Vegas and have a nice little business for ourselves. But make no mistake about it, I was taking a step back from a pay perspective. I was betting on myself to be successful and to get back to where I was earning, when I was working, with the Excalibur. So, but I took that calculated risk, and it's paid off in spades.
Well, I like what you just said. You said, I bet on myself. And that is a key message that I'd like to definitely send out in the universe, because if you don't believe that you can, you can't. But if you believe that you can, all things are possible.
There's no question. Again, I've never owned it, right? I've been an operator. I've worked and all that stuff, and I felt like I was, fairly good at my job, and I was a good steward for the people that I worked for, and I took care of it, and I felt like it was my own. But when I decided to go out on my own, it's next level ownership. I mean, it's actual ownership. But people say take ownership of your job, and I felt like I did that working for other people. But again, it took 30 years of experience. It took me longer than most to have the courage to go out on my own, and bet on myself. There's people at 20 years old that bet on themselves and take that risk and be that entrepreneur and do that thing. It took me a little while longer. I'm not as brave as some of these folks, but again, it was a calculated risk, and I was betting on myself, and I had supreme confidence in my abilities that, if I could be the vice president of food and beverage for a casino on the Strip,
Right.
I can manage this one little restaurant that had
Wow.
12 employees.
Wow.
I could figure that out. But like I say, we did it, and I wish I did it 30 years ago, but I probably wouldn't have been as successful because I didn't have those life experiences. But I'm so glad I finally took that plunge and did it.
So what advice would you give a young person that that really wants to bet on themselves, but don't necessarily have the backing or the knowledge, or what they see in their mind, maybe the support? Although, because everybody has to have somebody behind them to be successful.
Sure.
Nobody is successful by themselves. It just doesn't happen that way.
Right.
So what advice would you give a young person who want to bet on themselves,
Right.
but
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think and it just be patient, because if there's an opportunity that's right in front of you, and a lot of times you think that's the best opportunity you're ever going to get, it may not be, and you might not be ready for that at the time. Great example of patience. I applied for the vice president of food and beverage position at the Excalibur Hotel 7.5 years before getting it. The job was open 7.5 years ago. I applied for that position. I felt like I was ready for that position. I didn't get selected. I was upset. I was disappointed. I felt like I was more than ready for that spot, but I was not selected. I then was hired just a few months later as vice president of food and beverage out in one of the Laughlin casinos, which obviously not as big of a project, not as big of a company. So I went out there, my first vice president job. And it was soon after that, when I was working down there, that I was so not ready for that job. I wasn't ready even for that job in Laughlin. And then 7.5 years later, when I applied and ultimately got the job as vice president at Excalibur, then I was ready. And I almost felt embarrassed that how did I think I was so ready 7.5 years ago when I didn't have the experience? Could I have figured it out? Maybe. Would I have figured it out, in enough time to be successful? I'm not sure. But just be patient. Today we're in this society of instant gratification and coming out of college and getting a $90,000 a year job as the senior analyst for this, that, and the other. I mean, in order to be successful, you have to kind of go follow the process. A lot of the people who fail get to that spot too quick and don't have that life experience. So, betting on yourself is amazing. Be calculated. Take that calculated risk, and you don't have to make sure. You don't have to be 50 to take that risk. You can be, but have that. Do the calculation. Just see if it makes sense at this time. There's going to be another opportunity down the line. You don't have to jump at that opportunity. It's like anything else. When you're buying a house, you think that's the perfect house, and you don't get it. You're going to find a better one 2 weeks later. So don't get disappointed. Don't get down on yourself if you pass on that opportunity, because something better is going to come down the line. So just be patient. Just be patient. Be calculated and be patient.
I like that. Man, you have all these cute little sayings that I'm going to just keep picking up on. So if a young person watching is interested in going into the food industry, now we have a program, our culinary arts training program, where we provide job skills training and teaching kids how to cook, literally. I'll tell you, the program started because one day I was eating my mother's sweet potato pie. And as I was eating it, I got ready to take a bite, and a thought came to me. Kids who are removed away from their families quite often will not have those family traditions and those things that's passed on. And I thought, wow, it would be nice to teach a young person how to make food that's culturally connecting them, and or that it's an old family recipe. I wanted to teach them how to cook. And my board chair at the time was a restaurateur. And I went to him and I said, let's start a culinary arts program. Of course. He was like, that's a no-brainer. Let's do it. And we started the program, and we have been doing this program for 4 years now. And teaching kids how to cook is a passion of mine. So after we have these young people trained, and we have these young people that have gone through the training program, what do you think would be the best way for them to follow in your footsteps, or someone who has become successful in the restaurant business? What is a good way for them to start in the food industry?
Right. I mean, look, nowadays, if you have any passion for food, there's plenty opportunities. Almost every restaurant, every casino is hiring. I mean, if you have a passion for food, again, I'm going to go back to kind of the patience things. There's a lot of entry-level positions. Again, when I came to town here, I was assistant beverage manager. I didn't start off as a vice president or a director or anything like that. So, there's a ton of entry-level positions. And again, if you want to go into the big casinos, that's fine. There's a tremendous amount of training that goes on there. There's a lot of structure, so you can learn a lot from that. Obviously being now kind of the independence and being, not part of the big companies, I enjoy this a lot more. I think there's more freedom. I think there's more opportunity to advance faster. Because if you go into the casino model or into the bigger companies, a lot of times there's a lot of structure, and you have to work a certain amount of time to get a certain amount of raise, and it's a 2% after a year, and some of these very structured kind of places where you either from an earning perspective or a position perspective. I can tell you at the Great Greek, when we've given raises to people that have been on the job for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Just because we identified that we this person is overperforming and we want to keep them on board, and we've promoted them from dishwasher to a prep cook in a month and given them a $2 raise. So, going out into some of these independent restaurants, you can advance quicker and earn more raises and things like that and promotions much quicker than going into the bigger casinos and the bigger companies that have more of a structured, regimented, red tape kind of a thing. Now, you get a tremendous amount of training, great life experiences, learn from some of the best people in the world working in these casinos. So there's kind of a give and take. You can go the smaller route and be in smaller restaurants and maybe advance a little quicker, but you'll get some amazing training and work with some amazing people. I was in the casinos for 20 years. I wouldn't give it back for anything. Some of the training and coaching and the mentors in my life that got me to where I am today, I don't think I'd be here without that. That being said, again, if you want to go the other route, there's nothing wrong with that. You can meet a mentor in a mom and pop restaurant that has 6 employees. Right. It doesn't have to be the VP of food and beverage at some big casino. So mentors come in all shapes and sizes, as you know way better than I do.
And this is why we do virtual mentoring, because we want people like our dear friend Nick to, just so into you guys so that you are experiencing what he has experienced without the sweat, the hard work, sweat, and tears. That is to come, though. You got to put that time in to be successful, because nothing ventured, nothing gained. So Nick, we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about something I'm very passionate about that you can shed a light on.
Okay.
So, FamVersation, we'll be right back.
You're listening to
Hi, I'm Mia, a voiceover and marketing student from Whalers Creation. Hey, we have a great show streaming on all social media networks called FamVersations. It's a talk for teens and young adults. We meet with local professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. They share their success stories, challenges, and greatest achievements. Turn us on every Friday at 3 p.m. Foster, adopt, mentor.
So, we're going to talk a little bit more about the fathering side of Nick. Nick is an adopted parent. He's adopted 2 beautiful baby girls, and want to talk a little bit about that experience.
Okay.
So how was that? How was that for you?
Well, it was amazing. And again, I want to go back a little bit to what I said earlier when I was growing up. And, I meant no disrespect to anyone when I said I was growing up in a normal household. It's just what I knew and the only thing I knew. And that's why I got into mentoring, is as I grew up, as I became a young adult and beyond, I understood that there's not a normal, that there are different, family structures. And that's why I wanted to get into mentoring. And that's why I got into that, big brothers and sisters. And when I finally got married at 39 years old.
Which is a great age to get married, by the way. You hear me, son?
So I got married at 39, and my wife was about 14 years younger than I. But so we had a great 4, 5, 6 years of marriage, traveling, doing whatever. And then we decided to start a family. That wasn't happening naturally. We tried with some help with fertilization and things of that nature. That was unsuccessful, and at that point we started talking about adoption as we were going down the fertility road. And after about 3 or 4 years of unsuccessful fertility treatments, we decided that adoption was the route we were going to take. We went into it, with both feet, and we adopted our first daughter. Was an amazing experience, just amazing. As soon as she understood, she knew she was adopted. We didn't want to have any secrets and any family secrets, and that went so well. We decided we're going to go back and do it again. Wow. And we didn't choose a gender, didn't choose anything, and we got another girl. So again, they couldn't look any more different from each other. They're both beautiful in their own way. They both know their story. They're both proud of their story. We're proud of them as well. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't feel like they're not my daughters.
Absolutely.
There's not a real mother or a real father or or anything else.
They're your babies, period.
They're my girls, and that's who they are.
That's right.
And nothing's ever going to change that.
That's right.
They know that. My daughter turned 12 yesterday, as we talked about.
Happy birthday.
And we talked about her adoption story. And then when we got the phone call and when we drove to pick her up, and again, it was an amazing experience. And what I like to say is that, my wife and I couldn't create a life, but maybe we saved the couple.
Wow.
So,
Nick, here's another saying. I'm loving it. I have a girlfriend who, when we go out and do all these fun things together, and when we hear like little comments that we like, we started collecting them, and we said we're going to write a book of quotes. Right. It hasn't happened yet, but you have a lot of them. Yeah. So, being an adopted parent, any challenges or any concerns that you've had either before or after?
Before there was some concerns of the unknown, right? Again, it's that risk taking, like the business thing. It's the unknown. Is there going to be any medical history that we don't know about? Are there complications throughout the pregnancy that we're unaware of? Is there going to be some future thing that we could lose our daughter? So, there was always that concern of the unknown. And that was my only real concern. Again, when I held each the girl the first time, they were never leaving me. I mean, that wasn't ever going to happen. But was there fear? There was a little fear of the unknown and what's going to happen, what could happen. Of course, early on, in a couple trying times, the daughters of, should I be a part of this family? Is that, and we've gone through some of those things, but nothing ever to the extent of questioning whether we did the right thing, questioning whether they were ever going to be ours. Especially once we got through it the first time, we knew what we were doing the second time, so it was a little less stressful. But I never, ever felt like they were ever going to ever leave me. It took a few years for my mother to understand that, yes, they're ours. Yes, they're ours forever. They're not going away.
I like that.
No one's going to steal them.
Can
the
I
court
really
says
open my
it.
heart to them? Can I really just love them unconditionally?
I have the documents. We're good. The judge signed off. Everything's good. So there was a little fear of the unknown, but it was easier the second time because we knew a little bit more going in. But it's.
So I know you have like a 12-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Yes.
Would you consider a third time around?
So here's the thing, I mean, at 57, I'm done with infants, I think. I think I'm done with infants.
I'm totally with you on that one.
So I've floated the idea to my wife about potentially adopting a boy. We have obviously the 2 girls, but of adopting maybe an adolescent boy in a few years, an 8, 10-year-old, something along those lines. I just felt like we stopped at 2 because I felt at that time I thought we could do 2 really well. Just didn't know how we could do 3 financially, and everything else. Fast forward 8 years from the 8-year-old, I think we're in a position where we potentially could do a third. but certainly not an infant third. Those two we took home from the hospital.
I totally agree with you. As an adopted mom, and the work that I do, I totally am done with the babies. We're in the process of being foster parents again, so I'm super excited about that. And they asked, do you want kids? And I'm like, I'm done with the babies. This point forward is teenagers and beyond.
Yeah, like I said, at 57 and the white hair, I'm often referred to as their grandfather. So having an infant at 58 or 59, I don't think that's fair to the child either, to be quite frank.
Unless you're very active. There are some 58-year-olds that act like they're 20.
I get it, and I'm doing my best to stay up with them. But again, I think that potentially down the road, maybe an adolescent boy might be in our future.
I like that. I heard that the Obamas were trying to adopt a son. So I don't know if that came to full fruition, but I did hear talk about that. I have no insight. I'm just saying what I heard somebody say. It could be very far from the truth. So let's see here. What are some of the next steps for you professionally?
So professionally, again, we've got the 5 Great Greeks here in Las Vegas. We're growing. We have 2 more under construction. We just signed another letter of intent for another store earlier this week. So we're going to continue to grow the brand around Las Vegas. Like I say, we want to get to maybe 12 of them in Las Vegas.
Whoa.
Yeah, and we do have a franchise model as well. We started franchising the brand about 4 years ago. We have 14 open franchisees around the country.
Whoa.
We have another
Amazing.
Yeah, we have another 180 of them sold.
What?
That are in various stages of development and opening.
Wow.
We are going international now. We've sold some. We sold Canada. Apparently, there's going to be a Great Greek coming to Pakistan at some point.
What?
So we have our franchise partner has a global footprint, and they're all over the world. We're getting inquiries from the Philippines. We're getting inquiries from Guyana. We have a lot of activity around the world. So Australia is another market that we're looking to break into in the next year or two.
So my question is, with these people interested in franchising with you, have they tried the food and they want to franchise for that reason, or they just like the idea of being a part, like McDonald's, they just like the idea of being a part of the Great Greek?
Well, that's where it starts. So the idea of being a part of it, and that kind of gets the ball rolling. Then we invite them to one of the stores to try the food. And then that's where, look, if you're going to get into this business, you have to have passion. So once they try the food, if they like the concept, if they like the space, we're in Mediterranean space, it's healthier, it's this, that, or the other, and then they try the food and they love the food, that's when it escalates. That's when it really gets going. But yeah, it's just by poking around and looking on websites and franchising, but once we get the food in their mouth, that's when.
That's it.
Well, that's again, if you're going to run a restaurant, you got to love the food.
Right.
So it starts with the interest on one, then we got to feed them, and then that's where they 99 out of 100 say I want to take the next step.
Wow.
And then whether or not they financially can do it or vet it out and whatever the case is, but. Yeah, that's the process.
And so when they come in, are they flying in on their dime to come and check this out, or do you guys invite them to come?
Yeah, no. We fly them in ourselves, and we pay for the hotel room and their airplane, and they try the food. And like I say, I'll tell them our story, where we came from, where we're going, and all that stuff. And so it's all part of the process. It's all part of the franchise process. And yeah, it's all on our dime until they start building it, because they're the entrepreneur. They own it, right? We're licensing it to them to go ahead and do it themselves. But they own it. They pay for the construction. They pay for everything else. We just give them the secrets, and they just execute from there.
Yeah, but with all of these expansion going on, have you ever thought about doing the undercover boss kind of thing with your friends, your franchisees, or the local restaurants?
Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean,
that would be fun.
I think I'm a little too active in the business. They'd have to really disguise me pretty good, because I love being in the restaurants. I'm very active with all of our franchisees. They all know me. I host them out here. They'd have to do a great makeup job. Right?
Okay, so if by any chance the undercover boss picks up this clip. You remember, you heard it first right here. Well, that is going to do it for me. I want you to let us know how can people find you. Give me a phone number, an address, or whatever. But what's the best way for people to reach out and to experience the Great Greek?
Right. So again, you can go on our website. It's thegreatgreekgrill.com. It shows all of our locations, whether they're in Las Vegas or around the country and soon to be around the world. But yeah, we have the 5 Las Vegas locations. One more coming probably in June. One more first quarter next year. So we'll have 7 in about a year from now. But we have them from Colorado to Florida, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, Maryland, Ohio. So we're all over the map, and we're growing. We're opening up one in Charleston, South Carolina on Monday. After that, we've got another one in Orlando, then New Jersey, San Antonio's coming up soon. So we've got a lot opening up. But if you just go to thegreatgreekgrill.com, look for locations, you'll see where we're coming.
Absolutely. It has been my honor to get to know you a little bit better, the Great Greek, and all of your professional experiences and your true loves. So, Nick, thank you so much for being a part of Wayla's Creations FamVersation, a talk show for teens and young adults. Look forward to seeing you guys next Friday, right here at 3 o'clock. Join us then.
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth. You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
We've reached the age of live streaming on social media shows. You may ask, we're already ahead of the curve, so why do you need to advertise with us? Well, only 8% of the businesses in the US are using digital advertising to grow their business. That's 2 percentage points short of reaching critical mass, which will lead to faster results. We have 20 plus shows with a reach of over 80,000. We'll give you commercial ads, website link, and connections to nonprofit organizations. So get your brand ready for digital monetization, for we are looking for sponsors, which will bring more traffic to your business and ultimately mean more sales. So let's bring the world to you. Inquire now.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, and welcome to FamVersations, the talk show where we get to meet amazing people like the young man I have with me here today. FamVersation is a show dedicated to educating and virtually mentoring young people from Las Vegas and every place else that they're watching us. Today, I have a special treat for you. We are meeting with the phenomenal, amazing Edwin Victory. And it says it in his name. I mean, who is graced enough to have a name like Victory? That means success, 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 success. You have to live up to your name.
Absolutely.
Edwin, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for letting me come to you, actually. So I want everybody to get to know who you are, Edwin. He is a businessman. He is an entrepreneur, and he has many different facets going on here in Las Vegas. So I want to talk to you about your early years. Tell me a little bit about your growing up.
Well, I grew up in Houston, Texas. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, born and raised. I did normally what every kid does, I guess, go to school. But I went to school early on. I had a dream early on because I noticed in my being that I was talented in music. So early on, I started playing instruments. I started with the violin, and then that was elementary. And then I ended up playing the trumpet and tuba in middle school. And then by high school, I realized that I was a singer as well. But I knew I was a singer because my mom would, as a little kid, he put me in the choir at church. And being I was a little short guy, I would be loud, but I would hide behind everybody else. But everybody could hear me because I was loud. So eventually they pushed me to the front, and I grew up and started to realize that I was a performer. By the time I graduated high school, I had really gotten into my life as a performer, and I ended up with a scholarship to University of Maryland, far, far away from Houston. You know, like 1,500 miles away. 18 years old, and I'm now out and about in the world by myself. But it also it gave me an opportunity to see something, another life that all kind of connects the dots to where I'm at today. University of Maryland was the school where Art Shell, the first black general manager, coach of the Oakland Raiders at the time. Okay, now you know we're the Las Vegas Raiders. Being that I would pass by this statue of Art Shell every day going to class and reading what it said and who he was, and knowing that I had no idea that years later I'd be, you know, in the city of the Raiders, but having a dream like that, and, you know, not only him, but, you know, knowing the dreams of like Martin Luther King and all the great people who came growing up, learning these things, it gave me a sense of being the kind of person who dreamed to be successful as well. You know, everybody wants success, but not many really either know what to do or how to get to the true success in life. So as a young person, I grew up with an air of success. And I knew being, you know, going that far from home, having a scholarship, and also being successful as a performer at the same time, it was pretty amazing to even look back on, you know, knowing what I've done now. So that's pretty much my early years.
Love it, love it, love it. And you talked about going to college too.
Yes.
So when you decided to go to school, was it because you wanted to go and study music, or did you want to go and study business? Why did you decide to go to college?
Well, everybody in my family, you know, all went to college. You know, I'm not like, you know, I have one of those stories where I'm the first one. You know, everybody went to college. My mom and my dad graduated from college. It always seemed like the thing to do, because school wasn't over for me after high school. It never even seemed as if I was like, oh, now we got to figure life out and go to college. So I was kind of naturally kind of bred that way. And I'm glad that I did, because college provided a stability of learning, as well as a great way for me to perform and have fun in the midst of college.
Yeah, that and you know, when I grew up kind of like that too, and so when I was raising my kids, it was like, what college are you going to? Not are you going to college? But I became a foster mom, and becoming a foster mom, you know, you realize that everybody has, you know, different backgrounds and different, you know,
makeup,
beliefs in school and desires. So I've learned that college isn't for everybody. So I don't really push it as much as I used to, because I grew up knowing that that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
But now, you know, I'm like, you know, if that's the career path that you want to take, then, you know, let's look and see what it takes for you to get there. Do you need college to be able to do certain things, or do you just need to learn a trade or take some classes?
Well, you know, I became a career college person because I didn't really graduate until like 30. You know, but in the midst of me going to college the first time at 18 and the time I graduated, I had become a professional singer, and I lived the dream that everybody at that time wanted to live, is to get signed by a major label and see yourself on a major platform. And I tell everybody, songs are not created to be number one. They're marketed to be number one. So that means if they're marketed to be number one, that means you make a song, somebody has to have some sort of budget to put behind that to push you in front of everybody else. You know, it's no real climb in the music business.
Yeah, it's totally about marketing.
Oh, it's totally about money.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
absolutely.
If you got money to market, then you got
There it
then
is.
you're planning on making a whole bunch of money behind
Exactly.
it.
And normally it's not the artist making the money.
That's right.
I mean, somebody sees your talent,
That's right.
and they know that they can market you and make money off your talent.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I've probably only been signed one time.
So tell me about that. Tell me about you being a professional singer, which I know you are, but that you are a professional singer and you got signed.
Yeah, I was signed to Virgin Records in 1995. I ended up on a soundtrack called Original Gangsters, which was Pam Grier, Fred Williamson, and Jim Brown. They it was their last movie together.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that movie. I may have seen it like, you know, because I do watch like old movies over and over. I might have seen it recently. So you're on that soundtrack?
Well, yeah, we remade Marvin Gaye's Inner City Blues for that soundtrack. It was the #1 song on the soundtrack in 1996. Was my first debut video. First time I actually saw myself in Hollywood. 1, shooting a video in LA. #2, with that type of budget and that type of treatment. You know, that day or those few days a week that we shot the video. I mean, you know, we come from some little boys from Houston, and now we're in Hollywood, and we got trailers with our name on it, and we got people that are extras that we never met, and we got all these people doing makeup and hair and wardrobe and
ask if you need anything.
Yes. So, and this was the first experience, the first one, and then after that, you know, the song, you know, we made the song, and then next thing you know. And that was during the time where, you know, you had Video Magic and Donnie Simpson and Sherry Carter and all these on BET.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, you're sitting on the set with them. Wow. And next thing you know, you're on tour. We got one song, and now you go from California back home for a little bit, and then they say you're going on tour on the East Coast. Then you go on the East Coast, and you end up in a city, and you go out. And first you hear the song on the radio, and you were like, wake up, and now you have that experience like, hey, we're on the radio. Then we go to the radio, and we're now in the radio station talking to the host, and then we're in the concert, and we're walking on stage, and we're like thousands of people in front of us, and they're all singing the song. Like, how does this go? What do you go? What happened from here? You know, now you're in limos, and now after the show, it's the after party and the hotel lobby and this, that, and the other. And, you know, you go into another city and it happens again. And, then, you know, you go to a club and you have to kind of now brace yourself and watch because you don't know these people. And, you know, it's all kind of different things.
Wow.
And then you're sitting in the van, and in the back, that's a little usher who's 15 years old. And you can see when he goes on stage, you see at 15 years old, this guy is going to be like super, like, man, he's amazing. He's 15. None of this has come to pass yet, but now, 2022, the same little guy that was sitting in the back is the same little guy that's rocking the Caesar's Palace.
That's right.
You know, and then
That's
to be
right.
here at the same time to see the manifestation, because not only is he here in Vegas, I'm also here in Vegas. And no, I may not have made the name of Usher, but God must not be finished with me yet, because he's still making me new. Mm-hmm. I'm new now. I'm after 30 years and being in the business and around everybody, I'm still thankful because I'm being preserved now to start again. And it's very, very blessed.
I'm excited that you are excited about your future, because I wanted to touch bases on that. So you're kind of like bringing a little bit of the flavor in that we're going to be talking about. And that is, you know, we know that, you know, your early years was, you discovering at a young age some talents that you had. And a lot of times, you know, we discover our talents when we're young. You know, I have a friend who's a judge, and he said that he knew in the 5th grade that he wanted to be a judge. And I know when I was younger, I knew that I wanted to do some like the things I'm doing now.
Yeah.
And so it's really interesting that you discovered when you were younger what you wanted to do as an adult, and that love never left you.
I look around me And even here, I look around my life and everything that I've done, no matter what the time it takes, is all manifested.
Yeah.
All of it. I mean, you look at these costumes, and I remember when I was working as a handler at Six Flags for people who were wearing costumes, not knowing that I would be now known as Black Walt Disney because of the work
So
I did.
speaking of Black Walt Disney and
Yes.
speaking of your costumes, I don't know if we can see these or not, but I wanted to make sure that. Oh my God! Do I have to buy this?
No, it doesn't break. It's not a break.
Okay. I didn't realize it was this big. It kept getting. I couldn't put my arm around it.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all
So
right.
these are characters that Edwin does.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about this business. Tell me a little bit about this side of you.
Well, I started 12 years ago making mascot characters, cartoon characters. I started a long time ago making cartoon characters, because I draw, and then because I became I went back. There's a period of professional entertainment, but there was a college career that didn't finish. Okay, so being that in between the college career that I didn't finish because I got signed, everybody thinks you're gonna stay in college and finish it, or you're gonna become a pro too early. You see what I'm saying? A lot of us become pros and thinking that we're gonna do rich and fame, but not necessarily.
Some decide to follow that, to jump on that wave as it's moving.
Right.
So
yeah, much
but
like
that's okay.
Yeah. Well, and when I did get the Hollywood experience, it didn't agree with my spirit. It really didn't. I was doing things in my life that I wasn't really born to do in this body. I'm very in tune in the spirit, in my spiritual, beyond this body. And I realized that it was created to do something positive and righteous and loving. And I started to be the kind of person that wasn't positive and righteous and loving. And I didn't want to ever lose that. I didn't want to lose that part of my soul. So I made a decision not to be signed to Virgin Records anymore. So I pulled away from the group that I was a part of. And I pulled away. When I pulled away, I told them, I said, I want to make sure that I don't want you to feel like I don't want you guys to be successful. So I'm going to be your number one fan. I'm going to clap you all the way to success. But I'm going to go my journey. And my journey was as if I had jumped off a moving train in the middle of a forest. Not, and now I'm in the middle of the forest. I mean, by myself. But in that journey in the middle of the forest, not knowing that I would meet so many other elements. And then I got a chance to go back and learn again. And at that time, I went back to school because I wanted to be I was like, I'm a singer already. I'm a professional. I don't have to go back to school to do that. I already did that. So, but how did my picture that I took in Hollywood get on all those covers in the record stores? Now we're on all these posters everywhere. I was like, who did that? I want to be that guy. So I became a graphic designer. Why? Because I knew I didn't have a budget no more for Virgin Records to do it. So if I was going to be it, I needed a camera, I needed a computer, I needed to know how, I needed to know what and when and where. So I went back to school to figure that out. So being that I went to be a graphic designer, a lot of people ask me, are you a photographer? Yeah, I can't say I'm a photographer because I'm not a professional photographer, but I'm a good photographer, but I'm really a designer and an editor because that's what I went to school for. I don't have a lot of time to wait for people who say that they're something. And if I have a camera, I'm going to go get what I need so I can do what I need to do, which is edit and design. So I even excelled in that. I mean, I told myself that I was going to be the number one designer in the world. So I started creating cartoon characters outside of the drawing. I started digitizing them. So by 2003, I had already made my first animated website and knew how to make the characters blink and speak. But 2009 comes around and I had a baby named Isaac at the time in 2009, and he had we had an older brother his older brother's 5 years older than him named Mello. I'm sorry, I got 4 sons. Mello was 5 years old, and Mello said, "Daddy, draw Isaac and draw me a dog." So I drew Isaac and drew him a dog, and I created Baby Isaac and Mellow the Hyperdog on cartoon. And I made video out of it. I made songs out of it. I'm a singer, and I made it sing, made it dance on screen. And I had the opportunity to take it in front of thousands of kids, this video. And I had 5 videos, and I took it to Austin in 2010, and they loved it. And I say, oh, wow. I didn't have a coloring sheet. I didn't have a business card. I had 100 DVDs. And I sold every one of them that day. And I called my ex-spouse. She was my spouse then, but I called her and I said, if we would have had one of those Chuck E. Cheese mascot things, I would have cleaned up, because we had spent so much money.
Is that how this was evolved?
We spent so much money at Chuck E. Cheese, and here Chuck E. comes out with his costume on, throws the things up, and my kids go crazy. And I said, we spent so much money. If I would have walked in there the same way. So by 2010, I had my first mascot made of Baby Isaac, which is in here right now. I actually have the first costume. I keep it with me through all this traveling and I have kept the one that started me off. I've made 83 mascots now.
So that I'm clear. So you draw these and then you're going to have them made up?
I have a manufacturer.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
I've been dealing with a couple of manufacturers for 12 years now.
So these are all original pieces. Yeah. This is all you.
Well, people think he's the Monopoly man, but
that's what I thought too.
Well, no, I tell him no, because for one, if he was a Monopoly man, his skin wouldn't be brown, number one. And then two, he's a mixture. He's a mixture between the Pringles guy and the Monopoly guy. They just all look alike. Because if you notice, the Pringles guy kind of look like the Monopoly man.
This is true.
But that's Mr. Boss. He's the mayor of Victoryville, which is our city.
I want to make sure that people, oh my God, this thing is so big. I want to make sure people can see what you're talking about.
This is Mr. Boss, the mayor of Victoryville. And this is Manny Golden, his dog. And he's the dog.
And that's his dog.
He's the hip hop chihuahua. He runs every city, every block, and every hood, literally. He runs the streets. Yeah, he's a dog.
He doesn't have any home training. He just runs the street.
Yeah, no, but he's home training. He realizes that the earth is his hearth, and he goes anywhere he wants to. His home is everywhere. He makes a home everywhere, and he makes friends everywhere because he's friendly.
Okay.
He's man's best friend.
Yes, I understand
and he's
that.
a hip hopper, because hip hop is urban now. Everybody love it. But he can sing too.
I do love that, and I wish that we had time for you to go into characters. You can give us a little something, but we don't have time for that. But I want you to talk about your rings, because you explained to me that you carry your sons with you everywhere you go, and they are all lion heads. Is that right? Tell me about your rings.
Well, I'm my logo. Obviously, my logo's a lion. It's actually on the back of my jacket.
Mm-hmm.
That's my company's called Official Victory, my parent company, and my dad was a Leo. My dad very, 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 very inspirational in my life, and at one point, the turning point of my career, my logo changed, and it became this logo. And it's not just a lion; it's a lion with a heart in the crown. Okay, and being I have children. I have 4 sons, 3 biological, and I'm not with them. I hate stories about a father who's not with his kids, who wants to be. I hate those stories. That makes me so, because I grew up with a father, and I know what it's like to want him to be there and not want him to be there, to argue with him and not argue with him, to understand him and not understand him, and to respect him and not respect him, to go through all those different things. And that made me who I am. My dad's no longer on this earth, but to have children and know that they've been deprived of a relationship with me, and not by my choice. You see what I'm saying? This makes me strong. And I didn't give these to my people, just gave me rings. I mean, these were given to me by people who, I guess they saw me in that way. Being it is my logo, even my statues were given to me. Even the crowns that I have were given to me. Everything I have that represents my company was somebody giving me a gift. So they became gifts, and I named them Charlie, Isaac, and Emmanuel, because that's how I know that eventually. And I told Emmanuel the other day, I said, he's my oldest, he's 20. And I told him, I said, you have to figure out how to get to me because these belong to you and your brothers. Because if anything happens to me, you got to distribute them because they belong to your brothers are little, So that's just how it represents me. It makes me strong to have my kids with me all the time.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. And so also another part of you is a STEM teacher. And I definitely want to talk about the world's greatest STEM teachers: science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Tell me about that project.
Well, I create obviously I create characters. Another character I created in the process of doing the Baby Isaac crew. We did 9 years straight with McDonald's in Houston. McDonald's Children's Fest is the largest children's fest in the United States. And they allowed me to be a part of this children's fest 9 years straight. And I would take multiple characters on stage, and I always noticed that I needed a character that wasn't in costume to be like the ringleader. So I created Mr. Gura, and at the end of the day, I couldn't find anybody to do it, but I found a friend who became Mr. Gura. So I have a crazy, weird, creative mind. So I created like a new Three Stooges, where you had Roosevelt Gura, Eddie Gura, and Charlie Gura. And my friend Rush, he played Roosevelt Gura, and he's Mr. Gura on stage. He was, out, not in a costume. So when I moved to Vegas, I was like, Rush, why don't you come to Vegas and, take a few days to be this character? And he never would come. So I say, no, it's now time for me to become his brother. So I became Mr. Eddie Gura, which is not me. It's a character like Medea. When
I was going to say,
yeah,
you took the words out of my mouth, because that sounds like Medea, Eddie Murphy.
Absolutely.
All these actors that play the same role but different.
Absolutely.
Different personalities, different characters in the same person.
Absolutely. And that's what I do, just like they do. I have the same type of talent to do that. And Mr. Gura is America's favorite STEAM teacher. And it's STEAM because people forget about the arts. Mm-hmm. They say STEM and forget about, there's a whole group of people who are artists, who are creators. Mm-hmm. We can't forget about them because that's where character comes from. Mm-hmm. That's where everybody, it's interesting because a lot of people pull the arts out of schools and out of our programs, not realizing that a lot of people are talented in different ways that make them artists. Everybody's an artist in some way. Some people are artists in how they set their things up. Some people are artists in how everybody has an art form. So we can't forget it. So I make sure that we ride the STEAM train. And we know that it's not just STEM, it's STEAM. So Mr. Gura, he becomes that. And Mr. Gura is such a fun character, such a blessing to know that there's a teacher out there that really cares to teach children. And I just so happen to be the creator of that character, and I play the character.
So when you're working with kids and you're out in the community with different organizations, what are you teaching them? Are you doing science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics?
It's all related in everything that we do. Whether it be dance, I could be dancing and talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. That's incorporating math because it's numbers. You see what I'm saying? Technology. If I'm shooting a video and it's Mr. Gura, I can also show them, hey, technology is involved in how we're shooting this video. We're shooting on green screen, and the technology allows us to change the background. Mm-hmm. That's technology, or computers did this. Engineering is one of those things that's done in every technological situation. You have robotics, you have audio, you have video engineers, you have chemical engineers. Mm-hmm. So those things in our communication. So yes, in every way possible, we're always talking about STEM, science. Science makes up our world. Science makes up everything that we wear. It's all made up of protons, neutrons. Technology, arts. Arts is what we're doing. We're artists. We make music. We do these things. Engineering, mathematics. It all kind of works.
Okay. Very good, very good. Well, you are listening to FamVersations, and my co-host today is Edwin Victory. We are sitting here talking about Manny Golden, his creations of characters that he talks to children and communities and events. And he is an amazing entrepreneur, as you can tell. So we're going to take a quick 5, and then we'll be right back as we continue our conversation with Mr. Victory.
Thank you. My phone.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together and let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
And we are back, and we are continuing our conversation with Mr. Edwin Victory. This guy has so many facets to him. It's just amazing. I don't know where to start or where to end because it doesn't stop with you.
It probably won't. I got a lot of work to do.
Got a lot of work to do. So on top of everything that we've learned about him thus far, he has written a book, and it's called The 7 Keys to Victory. The 7 Keys to Victory. Let's talk about this book.
Well, first and foremost, you can get that book on Amazon if you go to edwinvictory.com. So that's a very, very easy way to get it. I chose not to have a personal website. I chose to make sure that everybody who would go to that website can first get that book because that book speaks my heart, speaks my mind. And I read that book all the time. I read through it, each letter every day is, because every letter it represents, it's in one day a week, so it's 7 letters. And I wrote the book because I know with a name like Victory, I needed to know what that meant and how I could literally maintain or get the victory. Because my first name, Edwin, it means everyday win. Last name Victory. How do you live up to that? So I wrote the book because I wanted to expound upon the letters. V, validate. You have to be validated to go forward. You have to put your stamp of approval on it to send it off. Validation is your brand. How do you validate yourself, or how do you get validated to move forward in your journey? Because you don't get the victory at the V. When you go to the I, you have to now take that validation and internalize, become who you want to be from the inside out. Don't worry about the vanity of outside in. Worry about the beauty of inside out. Internalize the process. See, that's when the light switch comes on. That's when you go into the room and it's dark, you turn the light switch on. You got to start. You start challenge. That's the challenge. You have to challenge yourself. Your challenges aren't based on competing against other people. Your challenges are based on, are you competing with yourself to become the best? Once you know that, you really understand the transformation because it starts in the mind. Transformation in the mind, it makes you understand that I'm going to go through a metamorphosis. I'm going to become butterfly if I just hang on to the tree. You will not become the butterfly. You may climb the tree, you may lose your legs, you may grow wings on your back and never experienced this before. You may be in a cocoon, but if you don't know how to spin the cocoon to hold on in the midst of your transformation, you will not get to your O. And that's how you overcome all the things that you're going to go through. And then when you overcome and you become that person, you become like a Kobe Bryant and get on the court earlier and leave later than everybody else.
Right.
You rehearse and you rehearse and you rehearse and you rehearse. But in rehearsal, you realize that that's only victor. Okay? That's only victor. It's not the victory. You know, if you want to end at victor, you can. But you only get to the victory when you yield to your best and your higher self, which is also an internal process. And that's when you throw your hands up and give him everything that belongs to him, which is your praise. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking religion. I'm talking about knowing that there's a higher power that's going to make sure that you are okay if you just give him what he's due. And that's praise. You praise and praise and praise and praise and praise. And that pushes back the forces of evil that try to consume you. They're always going to be here. You're always going to have the challenges. But you have to praise yourself and realize that once you get centered, that's when the victory happens. And it may not come when you want it, but it comes on time.
It's always on time.
There it is.
There you go.
So that's the 7 keys to victory.
So I might have missed something, but was the why you?
Yield.
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 Okay. Why
Slow
was
down.
yield? Okay. Okay.
And
All right.
yield.
So I didn't want to miss. I was with you all the way until that why, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, what happened? Okay. So
Yield. And you know, and I say do like this because you look at the why.
Yeah.
The why is the V lifted up. So that's you
Yeah.
holding your victory.
Yes.
That's you holding your V.
Okay.
You know, and think about a person who wins a race. The first thing they do when they win the race.
They hold that victory.
Think about somebody who's getting arrested or stopped by the police. The first thing they do is say what?
I don't know.
Hands up.
Oh, okay.
And no, you want to look at it. We want to look at
I hear
it in the
you.
positive note, because sometimes even when there's a wrong happening and you get stopped and you're wrong, the first thing you have to do is yield.
Yes.
It's the same thing. If you yield correctly, you'll get your victory. Because oftentimes, even though it may look negative, it's your yielding that turns you into a person that could see it clear.
See it clearly. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And everything is only here designed to push you forward
Mm-hmm.
or to help you.
Mm-hmm.
We tend to look at things from a perspective of how we see it, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent. But if we take the perspective and look from top down, we really realize that it's all orchestrated to get us going into a direction, because there's no God that wants us to fail
Right.
at all. We have to figure out how to line up ourselves. Either we're forced to line up or we run into our victory. There's only 2 ways, but both of them end up in the same way. Either you're forced to put your hands up or you run into it and win.
Or you're glorifying. You're giving him that praise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
That's how I dance, by the way.
Ah, that's how I dance too.
I didn't realize that. One of my cousins told me, like, you still dance with your hands? I'm like,
Yes.
yeah, that's my
That's
style.
Yeah. And I'm a dancer, so I love dancing. I love, I dance at the LVAC with the. I'm being a certified instructor now for the hip hop dance.
Really? Okay. You know what? I don't want to join I don't.
But they have it at EOS as well and
Okay.
other places.
So I want to join that. I was asking a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago if she knew, because I'm still kind of new to Vegas. I'm trying to find a dance group, adult dance group. I want to join an adult dance group,
Okay.
but I don't want to join a gym to have to do that. So we have to get a studio so we
Probably
can.
figure something out.
Yeah.
We probably know people that.
Yeah, if you know anybody, let me know. Or if you want to set it up, I'll help you promote that.
Hey,
This doesn't matter. That could be something to hold a conversation about. I'm just saying, Mr. Multitask, multi-business.
Might be one of your things that we do on the Yo Info.
You got it. You got it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
That because look, I'm on my journey.
Let's make it happen.
That 21 day.
Yeah.
I'm on my journey.
For sure.
I got slimming down to do.
Got you.
Okay.
Well, I lost 50 pounds, so it can be done.
It can be done.
Yeah.
That's my goal.
Yeah, it can be done. No, there's no excuses. I started my journey in that park across the street, and I started walking 10,000 steps and going to the stage and stepping on stage in the middle of pandemic, so there was nothing going on. But I would stand on stage and visualize myself back in front of those tens of thousands.
It's going to happen.
Oh yeah, it starts with the one.
That's right.
You know, I mean.
You know what I want to talk about that we hadn't talked about yet is that Raiders football video that you created. And I know you do a whole bunch of other videos, but that Raiders football video, oh my God, I don't know if she's able to play a little clip of that, but that is amazing. I love that clip. Talk to me about how you came to doing that video, why it was important, and you know, it's how are we going to be able to get it out? Like, what's the plan for the video?
I'm very, very thankful that I'm on time because football season has just ended last week for this particular year. That gives us a little time to prepare. I knew that that's what I wanted to do. I had a vision of, for one, Las Vegas. Las Vegas is known as Sin City, but I don't call it Sin City. I call it Win City. I call it Victoryville. Okay. I saw the stadium like most people saw it being built, and I knew it looked like a spaceship. It looked like they were building a UFO.
It does.
So
it does.
When I saw that, I thought about, looking at the Area 15 building, and I thought about Area 51 and Nevada, aliens. So I created the first alien rapper football player named Uneasy Win. Even his name, Uni, one, Z, last letter, Z, win. You just need one win. You just need one last win. All you need in life, all you need is one. Even it might not be the first win, but all you need is one. So Uneasy Win. And it's a concept that I thought about. What do aliens think about looking at Earth? So I thought about, everybody's like, the aliens are coming, the UFOs are coming. So yeah, they came, and guess what you got? You got Uneasy Win. You called on him, and you got him. So I created, because I'm a singer and a rapper, I thought it would be interesting to create a new type of mascot. So if you look up Uneasy Win, you'll see the alien mascot. I actually do it on Fremont Street here in Vegas. I have 4 songs now, 3 videos now, and I'm building more. So by the time football season comes around, August, September of this year, he's not only ready with music, but he's also fit, because I'm in the gym training just like a football player. I know everything I do it in 21 days, 22 days, and then 90-day lifestyle changes. Everything that you want to change, you change it in 21 days. 22 days, you have some sort of testimony. In 90 days is a lifestyle change. I lost a lot of weight. Because I changed my lifestyle. I not only changed my exercise, I changed the way I eat and my intake and how I eat and the times I eat. Whether it be eating the same food and liquefying it. I learned how to take something that I normally wouldn't like or love and become more addicted to food that I normally didn't eat. Now I eat it and I like it, and I know how to fix it to where it makes feel good, it tastes good.
Yeah, I'm there with you 100% because I'm a vegetarian, been a vegetarian for 30 years, and but I'm a junk food vegetarian because I like all the unhealthy stuff. That's me.
I get it.
And with me, having this rethinking and me thinking of like this 21-day start to get rid of this toxic that I don't want in my body anymore, has made me not even want the junk food that I used to have every single day.
That's the same thing that happened to me. I stopped and I made sure that I don't lie to myself for one. And I said, so first thing, it was the killer. It's the sugar. It's the killer.
And salt.
Yeah, both. You know, so I stopped both.
Me too.
You know,
Me too.
and in that, and also I still visualized myself on where I want to be, and now I go after it every single day.
My problem is it took me a long time to figure out I wasn't that skinny girl anymore because I had gained the weight, but I didn't think of myself as being, having the extra weight.
Right.
So now I'm hoping and praying that that person who I've always had in my head is going to resurface.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Physically resurface.
the first step is, the first step is to push out and do it. Like we were saying, and motivating kids and teaching kids is that tomorrow is not here yet. Yesterday is gone. All you got is your present, and that's the gift that you have. And then you press what you do today. You should become 3% better every day. So if that's a push for you, push yourself into saying, okay, know how many days that you can really take to do it because you don't want to burn yourself out. Know that, if I did this for, 3 days a week and I made sure I did it, do it. And don't excuses. If changing your diet is something that you have to do to get your desired results, don't make excuses. Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nike, is it Nike?
Yeah.
Made a slogan out of it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Don't talk about it. Just do it.
Yeah.
So let's say that you're talking to a young person and you want to give them some solid advice about going into and following your dream. What would you say to a young person?
What I would say to a young person is this, is that dreams are real. Ideas are real. Don't let anybody tell you what you can't do. Always know that you can do all things and can do anything that you put your mind and your heart to. But that's where the connection has to be. You have to be real in your heart and you have to be clear in your mind. Write it down, make it plain, because somebody wants to see the vision that you have. Once you make it plain and you can explain it and put it on tables and put it in front of people, and people will come to you and believe in that. And in that, they'll literally come forth to help push you to your level of success. And that's what you want to do it every single day. And don't let first thing is always don't let anybody tell you what you can't do. You can do everything you want to do.
That is amazing. I think I hear that almost from everybody that I talk to, that the naysayers, the people who tell you that you can't do something or you shouldn't do something or, whatever, when you pursue a dream that you have, you will reach that victory level while they're still sitting on the sideline going, I didn't think that you could. So definitely, kudos to you on that one. Don't let anybody hold you back from your dreams. And here's another tip that I have learned. Every idea you have, somebody else has the same idea. The difference is who acted on it.
Absolutely. That's right.
That's right. Edwin, thank you so much for giving me your time today. I know your time was short and you sat down to rush through this interview with us, and I really appreciate it because he's always busy. He's always doing something. But he took the time out today for us to get to know him a little bit better and for him to mentor a young person. And hopefully that somebody has picked up something that they can carry with and run with his words today. That's our goal. You have been listening to Whalers Creations, FamVersations. And we are super excited to have the one and only Mr. Edwin Victory right here with us.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate being on your show.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And happy birthday. Oh, 2022. You want to say anything about that before we close?
Well, look here. Everybody's going to get a date that they'll never be able to get again. It just so happens to be my birthday. And it's 2/22/22 this year. This is a good day for you to figure out how to get your lineup or figure out how to start the process in your life to get your victory. It's a perfect day. It's a perfect lineup. It's like hitting the jackpot. So whatever it is for you on that day, know that that's a great day to start. That's a great lineup to have. It just so happens to be my birthday, and I'm going to spend my birthday doing something really special for me. And hope you all have a great 2/22 holiday. Hey.
From Victorville.
From Victoryville.
Teresa. I love it. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, I'm Mia, a voiceover and marketing student from Whalers Creation. Hey, we have a great show streaming on all social media networks called FamVersations. It's a talk for teens and young adults. We meet with local professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. They share their success stories, challenges, and greatest achievements. Turn us on every Friday at 3 p.m. Foster, adopt, mentor.
Hi, thank you for joining FamVersations, the talk show for teens and young adults. We are joined every week with local and national professionals from Las Vegas and all over the United States. We will listen to their success stories and their challenges. Please sit back and enjoy FamVersations. Hi, joining me today is Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner of All Shades of Beauty Supply. Join me. We're going to talk to her right now. She was raised by a grandmother and raised out of the foster care system at the age of 18. This amazing woman grew up in underprivileged communities and attended underserved schools. But her grandmother believed in giving her the very best of everything that she could. She graduated high school, went to school, and got her bachelor's of science, her bachelor's of science in accounting, and then pursued and got a medical assistance degree and ended up managing a medical office. She later opened and started her very own program for kids, and it's called No Children Left Hungry. In addition to starting the nonprofit, she also has opened up a beauty salon, All Shades of Beauty, right here at 5006 South Maryland Parkway. You got to come and check her out. Joining me today is Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner of All Shades of Beauty Supply. Join me. We're going to talk to her right now. So join me as we meet Janiqua Whittington.
You got it, you got it.
This fearless entrepreneur is an amazing person, and I can't wait till you guys get to know a lot about her. So we're going to start out by asking, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I am 41, actually 42, my bad. I am a mother and a wife. I come from Los Angeles, born and raised. I've been here in Las Vegas for the 15 years. So Vegas is now my home. My children went to school here and graduated from Del Sol High School. So I am a mother who struggled just like every other mother. I'm a person who went through, like you said, I was raised up in foster care. So my granny raised us majority of her life. Up until my mother passing, and then we went to an aunt who raised us as well. I did get pregnant early on, as most teens does, so I did go to a group home called St. Anne's for teenage pregnant girls, which is where I finished my schooling for high school and where I had my son, and also where I graduated once I turned 18. So I had him 2 weeks before my 18th birthday. I had already finished all my classes, so they allowed me to be emancipated after I had my son. So from there, I went to work for Great Western Bank, where I received my banking certificate while at St. Anne's, pregnant. I was able to take some banking courses, so that allowed me to get my foot in the door of banking. So I worked there for Great Western, then came to Washington Mutual about 3.5, 4 years. And that's where I decided to go into school for accounting. Seeing just a lot of people not being educated on money and finance, and you have people investing in or putting all their money in savings accounts that draw no interest or 1% interest, and it was enough to be put into a money market or a CD to draw 3 or 5% interest. So I just seen that there was a need of education in our community, so it made me go to school.
So when you went to school, did you go to school with the purpose of educating others about banking versus just a career in?
Correct. So my ultimate dream was to go to school and get the education so that I can come back and educate minorities and people like me on financial literacy.
Wow.
So that is another goal of mine for my nonprofit that I started here during the pandemic on May 20 of 2019, when the pandemic hit. I just seen a lot of people struggling once again, and it just made me sad. I was a member of a church that had just lost my granny, and my granny raised us up in church. So once she passed, I kind of went into a little depression, I could kind of say. But all I can hear always say is, wear your Bible, go get your Bible, go pray, go read. Because whenever I was in trouble or down, I'd call her. That's what she would tell me. Excellent. Let's read, let's pray, wear your Bible. So now that she's gone, I still hear those same words. So it got me to go back to church. And then the pandemic hit, and then church doors were closed. So once the doors had closed, people were still hungry, not knowing, losing their jobs. Not everybody got the unemployment money as quickly as some others did. So people were struggling everywhere. And
so now you're talking about your new nonprofit.
Now I'm talking about.
But before you get there, I want to ask you, what brought you to Las Vegas? Because I think you moved to Las Vegas in 2007.
I did.
What made you come to Vegas?
In my family, boys go to jail or is dead by the time they're 10.
What?
Yeah. So just in my family and just in the neighborhood that I grew up in, the average age was 10. So my son turned 10 January 24th of 07. March of 07, I was gone. So once I had talked to my dad and brothers and uncles, and they all was like, well, they start gang banging or doing things at 10. So 10 was the number to me. So 10 was the time where I showed my son a different life than what he was already accustomed to, so he can know that there's something better.
Nice.
So at the time, I was actually a manager at Walmart. And I had already been working with Walmart for like 5-6 years as a manager. So really, Vegas was really a fluke. I just was on their site looking at open positions. There was an open position for a manager here in Vegas. I'm in California, never thought that they would call me. So I was like, I'll apply. Left it, didn't think twice about it. But the manager called me 2 weeks later.
Wow.
And I said, well, I have to talk to my husband. I didn't even tell him I applied. I didn't think you guys were going to call me out of all the choices. He was like, well, you're the only one I picked. So when you come in, can you get here in 2 weeks?
Wow.
So I said, okay, well, I have to see if I can get out my apartment and get out of my lease. And sure enough, everybody let me out within the 2 weeks. So 2 weeks later we're here.
So that was all kinds of things working simultaneously together because you wanted to get your son out of South Central LA.
Yeah, South
You
Central
you wanted to
LA.
get a new start. And so all of this happened like around the same time.
All of it just fell into place. Yeah.
So tell me about some of your biggest challenges.
Some of my biggest challenges in life or just now?
So more on the professional side,
Okay.
like some of your biggest challenges you've had as a professional.
So my biggest challenges as a professional is time. Um, I'm a person that juggles 50 million things at once, so I really never have time. So time is very important to me now, um, because I noticed that also took away from me being home too. So from what I've learned from this pandemic is time is very important, but it's important that we spend the time with our children and family. So, and I think that's where we're lacking right now in the world. And I say that because they made it impossible for parents to be a working parent and a parent at home. You consume most of your day and time away from home. By the time you get home, it's night or you're drained to be able to do what you need to really do for your children. So time, I think I give credit to my husband who decided, had a discussion. I work a lot, but I also make enough to take care of us. But it was important that one of us be home with our children.
Nice.
So he made that sacrifice to be home and take care of our children.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So now in my career that I find the hardest for me is for my nonprofit is having people to believe that I'm capable of doing what I'm doing on a continuous basis to buy into what I'm doing to help me grow.
Perfect. So that's a great segue into let's talk about your nonprofit. So you started to say that the church had a influence in you getting to where you are today. So tell me about why you started the nonprofit, why you thought that was important, and some of the things that you guys have accomplished.
So I started the nonprofit, like I said, because during the pandemic, people were struggling and didn't know how to feed or make ends meet. Me being a child that comes from the system, you learn how to survive and you learn how to eat and make ends meet. So it was nothing new for me. So it bothered me, and my church has started calling to check up on families, make sure you didn't need anything, and help you if they could or whatnot. But it bothered me that the church's doors were closed, and this was the time, in my opinion, you can save us sinners you guys talk about like me. So if you guys want us to go to church and believe in what you guys are preaching, this is the time you show up and do his work. And
That's right.
I kept asking them and not getting a response. I just said, well, Lord, what is it that you want from me? What is it that I can do? So that night, after I prayed that prayer, he woke me up. And I had this nonprofit on my head. I had the name. I knew what our mission was going to be. He was like, it's going to be No Child Left Hungry. That was kind of taken, so I kind of changed it to No Children Left Hungry. He was like, you're going to feed them.
A tongue twister.
Yeah. He was like, you're going to feed them. You're going to get clothes. So he was like, go feed 25 families. So I did that. At this time, I was unemployed too. In the midst of that pandemic, I got unemployed as well. But I was one of the lucky ones. By the third time I was applying or doing my submission, I had already got everything.
Good.
So within 2 weeks, I had all this money that I was able to pay my rent up, buy a truck for the nonprofit so I could do the deliveries, and put money to the side. And so I did. So I ended up buying a deep freezer, and adding an extra deep freezer in my home that was just for the nonprofit. I had a storage unit that was like a 5 by 6 room. So I bought storage racks and put in there and put food and pantry food in there.
You started a food
So
pantry.
I started a food pantry. And then my neighbor, he had found out what I was doing. So he ended up giving me his pantry, well, his storage unit, and I converted into a clothing jackets for clothing and jackets.
Oh.
So then I just start buying whatever, Lord, he would say, go to Walmart. I'd be like, why am I in Walmart? And sure enough, there'd be a rack of clothes or shoes on there for $1, $5. So I would just clean off the rack. I say, well, I have $150. So I would just go buy $150 worth of shoes, clothes. And that's what I did. I was on food stamps. I didn't need food. So I spent the food stamps on the pantry.
Wow.
I just made sure I provided for my house, and the rest I just gave away. And I did that, and that's how I did it. And then so after we passed the food out on Mother's Day, that was May 28th, our first day, me and my daughter. So we sat out in front of Twain and Cambridge at the 7-Eleven. And we sat in the parking lot and just gave out 25 meals. So it was whole chicken, vegetables, rice, beans. And we just sat in our car and gave it out until it was all gone. And then after that, the people were so grateful and happy. They kept asking me what church I was from. And I was like, it's not from a church. It's,
me. It's my heart.
But then I went home and I was like, that's good that they thought it was from a church. And that they either seen it in me, or I said, well, because I always ask them, I want to walk the walk and talk the talk.
Right.
I don't just want to talk the talk.
Right.
So I asked him to allow me to be able to reflect that. So once I got home, I realized they seen what it is that he had put into me. And that's why they kept thinking or asking me, was I from a church and what church? Which I did tell them my church name.
Like, have you heard that song by Mary, Mary, the God in Me?
Yes.
So that's what that sounds like. That
song.
Yeah, like what you see is the God in me.
Yes.
Nice.
So, and I just went home, and so I had asked him, well, what do you want me to do from here? And that's when I woke up and had this whole vision. So I opened my phone and I just start researching about nonprofit, what I had to do, about the politics of the children, where our low income areas were, what is our poverty rate, how is our education system, where we stand in it. And I just started doing a gang of research, and then so I had to put in a business plan. So I wrote out a business plan. So because he didn't let me off my church. So he kept having me keep calling my church. He was like, they're going to help you. And eventually they did open their doors. I actually had to go down there and talk with the pantry people, but they did eventually open their doors, and they did actually help me. That's how I ended up getting connected with Culinary Academy, is through my church. But that's my biggest thing. It's just people hear me and they love when I talk, but they say, well, how can only I do it? You can't do all that you're doing just with yourself. And I say, yeah, I don't. Everything I do is by the grace of God. I take no credit. I'm just a servant. He tells me what to do, and I just go and I follow. I say, but there's nothing that he gave me so far that I haven't been able to accomplish.
I love that.
So
tell me a little bit about, so you talked about your beginnings, your humble beginnings of where you've come and how you started the nonprofit and the wonderful work that you're doing here in Vegas. So tell me a little bit about some of your successes. Give me some of your success stories.
So we feed on an average about anywhere from, and I'm fed as little as 3 families a week to 30 families a week. But I average on that basis anywhere from about 10 to 20 deliveries
And what are your
every
goals
2 weeks. My goals? So
with this program?
with this program, my ultimate goal is to have a building where I can teach financial literacy,
Nice.
where I can give out clothing and food to the families. I believe in order to help the children, you got to be willing to help the whole family. Because unfortunately, mama problems is the child's problems too, because we carry it when we go to school. If you are a child that lives in the system or a child that lives in poverty, you're used to bills getting shut off. You're used to coming home and not having food in the refrigerator. You usually have littler ones, so you have to go without to make sure your brothers and sisters have enough because you can be hungry, but they don't know the difference.
That's right.
So all of those things are on our minds just as well as they are on our parents. So we worry, am I going to come home and have an eviction notice? Are we going to be able to get in the house? Am I going to come home and do we have the lights on so that I can cook us some noodles or whatnot? So you think about those things. So as a kid, people think that we don't see it, but we see it and we carry that too. So I believe in order to help the child, you have to be able to help the whole family. So that's why I give food that is catered to kids that they like, just in case the parent is not. The kid could be able to make their own hot dog. They'd be able to make them a bowl of cereal or a cup of noodles or open some can of beans. They'll be able to do that versus a pack of chicken. But I do give a pack of chicken, but that's for the whole family. So I believe you have to help them all. So I would like to be able to find businesses and apartment buildings that I can partner up with that can give people second and opportunities for jobs, for housing. I would like to be able to start with the kids because I think if I can get to the kids, they'll go home and they'll talk about what I'm doing or teaching them, and then the parents will follow.
Nice.
And then when they come, they'll be open to hear what I got to say. And versus me trying to convince them what I got to say. I want you to want to hear what I got to say because now you'll listen. So if I get to the kids, they'll go home excited with what the information they learned. And
I thought I heard that you're partnering with a couple of schools or.
So I do. I work with a couple of schools. Well, I have worked with a couple of schools. Canyon Junior High.
I'm going to cut you off guard. So no worries.
It's on the north side. And I'm sorry, Miss Jen, because it is your school.
You can't remember the name of it. It's okay. It's all good.
But yes, there is a couple. So I like to work with and partner up with Title I schools because they're in underprivileged, low-income areas. And that way I'll be able to make sure I'm catering to the community that is in the need of the help versus just to people in general. Okay. Not saying everyone don't need the help. It's just that right now those are the kids that I'm kind of focused on.
So tell me, how can the community help you with No Children Left Hungry mission? What can we do to help your mission?
So I am always looking for donations for food, clothing. I'm looking for other nonprofit organizations who have the same mission or like my mission of mine, that's working with kids that can help me grow, get known and out there and recognized. But I'm also needing help with getting my 501c3 through the IRS. I have it through the state of Nevada, but I do not have it with the IRS. So from what I was told is it would be easier if I could connect and work with another nonprofit organization that has already
We got you, girl.
So that's been my really biggest hiccup. I do the finances by the grace of God, so but that will allow me to be able to hopefully do more and get that building. Someone want to donate a building?
Now, see, you just put it in the universe.
I did.
You just put it in the universe. So there's no telling what can happen from just that statement.
But no, my real dream is to teach kids financial literacy.
I love that.
I think that is something that's very vital and needed. And I mean, all children.
How are you with the stock markets? Do you know anything about investing in stocks?
I do know about vesting in stocks. I know a little bit. I am learning about crypto, but I think that is a new way. But yes, I love stocks. Like I tell everybody with stocks, you look for things that are in trend right now. So natural oil, natural gas, unfortunately cannabis.
But she's not giving any stock advice.
No,
she's just
I
saying.
am not. But you want to look at things that what's going on in the world.
I heard you loud and clear. I heard you loud and clear. These are her opinions and her thoughts on what you might want to consider. But she's not
But do
giving
your
any
research.
Yes.
Do not just go off of me or anyone else who says they are knowledgeable about stocks. You have to do your research. That is the really, really bottom line. Is do your research and be in there for the long haul.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick short break because I want to talk about the other side of you. So I'm super excited. When we return, we're going to come back with Janiqua talking about her business.
Live streaming on social media is the best new way to interact and bond with your community. Do you love to encourage, motivate, and empower others, but you do not know how? Well, your opportunity starts with us on social media shows. We have 20 shows a week live streamed across the globe, with a reach of over 80,000 and growing. So you can host your own show, and you can be anything you want to be. So let's bring the community together. Let's bring the world to you. Join us now.
Hi, I'm Latoria Kern, founder and executive director for Family Arts at Whalers Creation. For us, family means foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth, and arts is the job training we provide youth. Please join us every Friday at 3 o'clock on the YouTube Whalers Creation channel because we're interviewing local business and professionals from Las Vegas and all across the United States. Join us every Friday at 3 o'clock for FamVersations. You're listening to FamVersations, conversations with local businesses and professionals from all across Las Vegas and the United States. FamVersations, foster, adopt, mentor, investing in lives of youth.
So we're back with Janiqua Whittington, who is the owner. We already heard her entrepreneur side, her philanthropy side when she's starting her nonprofit. So we've learned a little bit about her passion, what she's doing, what she's giving back to the community, what she's feeding kids. Now, there's another side of this young lady that I'm super impressed with. She is an entrepreneur, business side, savvy, smart, and she just started on 5006 South Maryland Parkway, a beauty salon, a beauty supply store that's called All Shades of Beauty Supplies. So we want to give her lots of love, supporting her in every way that we can. And let's find out, like, how did you come up with this amazing idea and how's it going?
So they go hand in hand. I didn't want to go back to work. And so I told the Lord, if you want me to continue with what you have me started, what idea do I have written in my book that can generate enough money to take care of me and my family as well as the nonprofit? So
does that mean that you journal every day?
No, not every day. But if I have an idea that I think or I really like, yes, I do. I write it down and I put the idea concept down. And believe it or not, this one I actually wrote down. I didn't have the name, but I did have it drawn out. So, and I just knew that it was going to be a natural beauty supply store because 3 years ago I went natural.
I didn't know that. So that's what your business is
So
natural.
I am catering to natural beauty. So when I did my research to open, Nevada is the second largest state in interracial families and interracial marriage. Number one is Honolulu. But
What?
Nevada is the second largest state in interracial families and marriages.
I did not know that.
So being that, and I seen it in the medical field, you get a lot of different families, and we're kind of right there too. And you do see it here, a lot of interracial. So that's the reason I went natural. Noticing in the medical field when I was there, a lot of family or mothers would ask me about their children's hair type or their children's hair. Or when we do our hair, then they ask us questions about it and ask us if we do, other children's hair. And I have had the chance to do a couple of other patients' nationality kids' hair. So I know that the need was here. So my thing was, I had asked them what idea, and once again, I'm always praying, so I go to sleep and I'm in my dream, keep circling to this beauty supply store. So I said, okay. So when I woke up, I opened my phone and I went to Facebook, and there was a Black lady on there promoting how to open up a beauty supply store with $5,000 to $10,000. And I was like, here we go again.